appreciate everyone being here Monday, June 19th, at 5 o'clock work session. The agenda is in front of everybody. We'll get to that in just a second. Madam Clerk, if you would please conduct a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Boyette.
Here.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks.
Here.
And Councilman White.
Here. All right, all present and accounted for. Thank you, everybody. Now we'll move towards an adoption of the agenda. There is one thing that I would like to add at the 7 o'clock session under presentations. I'd like to add a proclamation of appreciation for the life and accomplishments of Ms. Hilda Grace Hicks Branch for her recent transition. So if council would grant that at the 7 o'clock session. Other than that, are there any other comments from council or changes to the agenda from council? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. All right, motion has been made and properly seconded. Any further debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, everybody. All right, we'll move to old business, item A, or 3A for those following along, a property location for a pocket park. Mr. Livingston, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As we left off last time, we had some discussions about the pocket park and some proposed locations. And we kind of went back to the drawing board a little bit, and I'd like to kind of go through a little presentation, very brief, about 8 slides that kind of talks about where we are now and where we propose the pocket park to be. So, let me get here. So why should a pocket park matter to us? Well, first of all, this is an example of a pocket park that was in Ayden that I did a few years back. It's small scale. This is very probably maybe 10,000 linear feet. Or square feet, and it consisted of, we had a tree there in the Christmas time, at the fountain. We did a mural on the side, and it really was a good attraction for people coming into town, and they were able to sit on the bench and look at the fountain, and also see the Christmas tree and walk through there and see a lot of the nice beautifications that we made. So this is a typical example of a kind of a more of an urban style pocket park. Not all pocket parks are the same. The one we're proposing will be a bit more extensive than this, and not necessarily located in the heart of the downtown area. So what is our option A? This is our preferred option. It's at the corner of Ash and North Georgia Avenue in a very visible location. It's on flat land, it's well lit, and we will need to do some clearing and grubbing as we develop that site, and that'll be good for everyone, make it more visible and more less overgrowth and underbrush. It is located in a floodplain. That's one of the downsides, but I think we can work through that. So, and we also recently improved the sidewalks there. So that is our preferred location. And the thing that we have to do, and we're working with, is it's a joint city-owned county property. So in your resolution, it talks about if this were ever needed for a future rail spur, that we would relocate the pocket park. So option B, in case we can't get concurrence with the with the county, we would use GWTA, and I've talked with Don Willis about this, and he was enthusiastic about the idea. It would also be an opportunity for us to possibly expand parking. Even if we don't do anything here, we might want to expand parking sometime in the future as the growth continues to come. But we needed an option B just because if option A doesn't work. So here is a conceptual rendering provided by Camiros, who's our consultant, of what the pocket park could conceivably look like. So you can see that there's a lot of amenities in that park with some green space and a little bit of boardwalk, and there may be a water feature. All this is to be determined. We're just choosing a location tonight, just give an example. So when you look at it in the aggregate, an overview, this is a joint initiative between the Housing and Urban Development Department, the Housing Authority, and the City of Goldsboro. The funding through this is through the Early Action Initiative grant funds through the Choice Neighborhoods Transformation Plan, The city's funding is coming through community development block grant funds, which means that they'll be not through the taxpayer funds, not through the general fund, but through HUD dollars. And the city's obligated some of those choice dollars, those matching funds, through our Choice Neighborhood Grant Agreement. And finally, the construction timeline, just so you know what we have to do once we find out and determine where we're going to locate it. We have to do the RFQ. We expect to do that in July. August, review design submittals. September, award a construction contract for landscape construction services. October and November-ish, the Pocket Park construction would begin. Hopefully, a dedication of the Pocket Park in mid-December. And just summing things up, pocket parks matter because they make our city more livable and attractive. They add value to our public open spaces, whereby usually have vacant lots, and they encourage reinvestment. It can build community character through outdoor enhancements, reflecting areas, and can promote public art and education of various plant and tree species. So what we are asking for tonight is your vote to move ahead with this project as option A at North Georgia and Ash Street. And I'll ask, have any questions or concerns for me?
So, Council, go ahead, Councilman.
I just wanted to go back one slide. When it talks about the architect, yeah,
Which slide, sir?
that one right there.
Okay.
And my question is, outside of the grant fund that we're going to use for the park, who pays for it? Is the landscape architect included in that 55, or is that who pays for the landscape architect?
So all that is part of the grant funding. And the whole total cost of the grant funding is going to be about 182. I've got another slide that if you want to get that far into it that shows the breakdown. I can't really read it, but that's proposed so far of a very rough draft of what the project budget would look like.
Councilwoman Jones?
I have, you said that, okay, this property is said to be shovel-ready, but then you talked about some development, so what else needs to happen? Because...
There's nothing that else needs to happen. We need to do a design.
Okay.
That's all. I mean, that's basically someone putting on paper what they think it should look like.
Okay.
The Pocket Park itself.
And then the part about the rail, in some conversation, well, it'll take 20, 30 years,
If it ever comes,
yeah.
Hopefully it will.
When it comes, but also the conversation was that you could still do the rail right there.
It's possible. I can't really say for certain what's going to happen in the future. It's just that this site was one of those ones that's jointly owned by the city and county, and it was acquired for the purpose of having a future rail spur. That's what I'm told, and so it can still, I think, be used for that, but in the event that it couldn't, in 20 to 30 years, we could possibly work around that with a rail spur design, or would have to relocate the park. That's why the resolution is worded as it is.
Council, any other comments or questions? I'll offer
Just-
mine.
oh,
Councilmember White, go ahead.
Just one more. So going forward, once everything is done and we say yes or no, my question is, this falls upon the Parks and Recs after that, right? So it's up to the city to maintain it.
So what I've been impressed with on this process, so as everyone here is aware, and we'll get together in the next few meetings and have a more thorough deep dive into the Choice Neighborhoods Initiative. But in this first phase that council committed to, I guess it was, I forget it, last year or year, anyway, when council committed to it, it was, we've got to be able to show that we can work together and come together on a phase one project before you could even get into the larger idea of doing a much larger development in a grant 2 application. over the last several months, there's been incredible amount of conversation of, do we do a laundry facility? Do we do another neighborhood amenity? And then over the last couple of months, it's kind of coalesced around this idea of a pocket park, where I so appreciate city leadership's commitment to the districts, is there's been considerable input and respect paid to the representatives of that district. I just want to make sure that everyone knows that there's been an absolute attempt at being respectful to make sure that the citizens that are close by are heard and that their input is valued. And so I'm hoping that we have reached a point where this location can work. There is, as interim manager Livingston has said, there is the major caveat that in initial conversations with the county, there is the rail spur. Well, of course, they, just like I, want to make absolutely sure that we don't do anything that would hinder the ability for Amtrak to operate, but that's a design element. We can make sure that the park is designed appropriately to be able to if they're both in the same spot, or if we're fortunate enough to have that situation in the future, then we have another location very close by that could still be a major asset right there on the ground. And just over the last couple of weeks, trying to make sure that there is an option B, just in case we were not able to reach an agreement with DOT and the county and the city over this piece of property. I've been really grateful about the amount of work that's gone into identifying a plan B, which will, of course, ended up being tonight in front of the GWTA hub right there on Carolina Street, which could be another wonderful amenity to the folks that are waiting for a bus or anything there. So two, I think, really quality options, both with their own sets of advantages. The resolution as it is presented says option A, that we need to vote on option A, and then if we're not able to reach an agreement, that we would fall back on option B. But it is absolutely my belief that we would have an agreement to land on option A. Am I correct in that? Is that was the final wording for the resolution?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can you give me the address on Carolina? What is that address?
I can look it up for you. It's where the GWTA is.
It's the
Okay,
front
all
lawn.
right. I just want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am. It's the front lawn in front of GWTA.
Yeah, that's
wouldn't
what I
put it
thought.
across. I
I
wouldn't
just,
put it
for
across.
clarity reasons, I wanted to make sure that that's where it was on Carolina.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So,
Matt.
oh, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay,
I spoke enough. You go ahead, go ahead.
Councilman Weeks, and then
I have a
Councilman White, I'll
couple
come back to
questions.
you.
I have a couple of questions for you, Matt.
Sure.
So, you said it would be the city's responsibility to maintain it?
It would be one of our park areas to maintain,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
So, because I'm just thinking about some of the other parks that, because of manpower and equipment, we're struggling to maintain right now. What kind of cost are we looking at on an annual basis as far as maintaining this park? And then you said there are grant dollars available for this pocket park. If we choose not to use those specific grant dollars for the pocket park, what are some other things that those grant dollars can actually be used for?
So in the early action, I'll answer your in the reverse order. Like the mayor said, we kind of went back and forth on some other types of ideas between the housing authority, the community, housing and urban development, and city staff. We went through several options. But there are several other things. We could use it for example, streetscape. That was one thing that was mentioned early on. Let's see, for whatever reason, that kind of didn't garner as much support. I think what they kind of did is they did a survey, as I recall, and the residents kind of came up with speed humps as one of the things. But HUD wasn't really too keen on that idea, and we don't really have a policy for speed humps or traffic calming. That is one thing we're working on with our new transportation plan. Now, the answer to the other question, I haven't done a calculation on how much it would cost, so I don't want to even speculate there. I don't think it would be that much more, but I certainly understand your concerns.
Council, Councilmember White, we'll certainly circle back to you. All right. Council, any other comments, questions, or concerns on the pocket park as presented?
Yes, I do, I'm sorry.
Councilmember, go right ahead. No, go ahead.
So say we move ahead with the park, right, which is a great idea for that neighborhood, right? But then, for some reason, I don't know, I'm just speculating. We say, we don't want to do the choice program. What happens?
It's still our park. It'll be
It's still our
dedicated to
park.
us for in perpetuity. That's why I really don't think, I think to add value to that community there, and it would be a good asset. And the maintenance would be very low. That would be one of the things that, we would make sure we wouldn't use, kind of, that's what we try to do when we do these things.
But
And
to be very specific, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I also would like to say, in talking and polling with people for the space there on Georgia Avenue, I've had several organizations to say that they had no problem helping keeping it clean. So it is an excellent place. It's coming off of 795. It will be very beautiful there. It's open, it's lit, so we don't have to worry about people lingering too long that don't need to linger because the policeman will be by and will know. Then once we get our train coming through there, looking over there at that side, it would be very beautiful. I feel very confident in the people that have said that they would help this park be clean in conjunction with the city will do so.
Council, any other comments or questions? We're hearing none. We do need a vote, either for or against. There's a resolution that I would be signing that would then be part of this process. And so is there a motion to approve the partner, the resolution as presented? It's in your packets.
I move that we go forward with the pocket park.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any
Which option?
A, fallback
Option
of
A.
option B if we're not able to reach an agreement with the county on the property?
Can we specify that in the motion?
Yeah, I can. I move that we move forward with option A for the pocket park.
And I second that. With option B is option B on there as a part of the motion as well? If option A is not feasible?
Yes, mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I didn't have any further discussion. I just wanted to ask one more time for clarity. If we choose not to go with the partnership with Choice Neighborhoods, the park is still the property of the cities.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely, 110%. It will be ours.
All right, so motion has been made, properly seconded. Final call for debate, comments, or questions. All right, hearing none. All in favor of the motion, which is to go with option A, fall back on option B if necessary. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, everybody. All right, with that, we will move to item 4B, the James Street Black Business District Memorial Parklets. Come on up.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us.
Evening.
Chairman Goldsboro, fine folks. Here we go. Thank you. All right, well, that's fair. You know what? I'm Andrew Slater. Thanks again for your time. Here to talk to you about the James Street Historical Park District. What we're planning to do is on the space between George and Pine is to have a historic park where we use both have installations, places for seating, but along with QR codes and historic documentation from families, neighborhoods, and people in that region. I'll be going out with myself and several of us on the board to interview people in the community, find their stories, and you'll be able to go up to the QR code and hear their documentation, see their videos, sounds, written histories, and information about Goldsboro and the surrounding businesses in the time of, well, segregation or the Jim Crow era. I think that predominantly what this does for Goldsboro is not only attaches ourselves to, we already have the Black Music Trail. We also have the history of our trails and commerce, but we're also revitalizing or bringing to light the history that has largely either been washed out and or misrepresented in the community in Goldsboro, and that will bring in, well, commerce. Our town needs some sparks going on, and when you have, as we've researched, the first, would be one of the first Black parks in North Carolina. I know that there's some others, there are the Black Music Parks, and then there's the Freedom Park, but we would be the first city in North Carolina to have its first Black park. This is the general idea of it. We want to get community buy-in, brick program for people who can have their names and families. All the families from the district itself and the plots will have their own representation inside of it. On the side here, closest to, well, the bottom of the screen, we're trying to have a mural and some installation. The mural, it will have the QR codes for all familiar with those are. It's just a sparkly little tag you can point your phone at, and then people will be able to hear the local stories and history. Also, if anyone here has any relatives or people that are around from the time period, please give me your information. I will go find them myself and interview them. I think that was the gem. Any questions, comments, queries? I'm all about it. Yes, please.
Yes, is that a hard structure or is that just a canopy?
That would be a pavilion, like a sitting dining space. We've also reached out to several of the fraternities and Black communities and churches and barbers and such to get their insight on designing. And we also are working on getting more funds from the community as well, as there's some talks about working with the park, but we haven't crossed that space yet.
Council, other comments, questions? I know you have other folks with you tonight. If there's anyone else who'd like to come and add commentary, they're certainly welcome to. We're not in a huge hurry on this.
Chris,
Yeah.
jump on in, bud.
I was just going to mention real quick, I talked to some of y'all about transferring, actually this property over into, I think it was DC's name, so we can proceed forward. There's some other stuff in the works that they put that piece of it on hold, but this is the same property we're talking about. It's essentially the same project. Thanks.
Do you have a business card?
With me, professionally, no, but I will get one, yes.
Okay. I just would like to get your information.
Absolutely, sir. I'll make sure I do that. Comments, questions, queries? We good?
Sure. Comments, questions from council?
Will the pavilion be a first come, first served basis, or will that open up some doors for some opportunities for revenues for you to sustain the park?
So I don't know exactly how far we're going to talk about maintaining the park. So that would be, the maintenance of the park is still up to, depending on how our funding goes, if there is an attachment to the state and the maintenance, or will it be something maintained separately? But that'll be an open park just like Stony Creek or Berkeley. Yes.
So your intent is for it to become part of the city park portfolio?
We have not gotten that far, but right now we have, it's already out anyway. We are working and talking about North Carolina grants, and there's a couple other grants and systems we can go through. We'll talk to some people at the Air Force Base for commemorating Black soldiers. North Carolina has, and American Smithsonian has, not American Indian Smithsonian, Smithsonian has grants that they will meet you match by match for whatever you can fundraise. So depending on how and who was holding the property at the time, we can either transfer it over to Goldsboro to maintain, or figure out another program for a local community to maintain the park.
Well, there's certainly options. I mean, you look at like Veterans Park right at William and Walnut. That one's privately held, and then you got, of course, the other ones that are city held. So I mean, you've got options. So I was just kind of curious what your vision was.
Yeah. Also, to go into the gentleman was talking about it earlier, that as typically people pay me for this information, but today it's for the team. And the whole outlook of transforming Goldsboro's appearance. We all remember Center Street maybe a decade or two ago, how a lot of work and infrastructure has been made, creating different spaces and more comfortable leisure spaces for even the commerce, and opening up the Black Business District, you know what I'm saying. Opening that back up into a space in which it's not just the end of Center Street. We also have some historic markers that really need larger preservation, because Goldsboro just hasn't. The building on the corner of, it's on James Street and, is it George? The north, Old North, name of it, I have it right here. North State Insurance Agency. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with it, but that building, which is still unoccupied, was the first insurance agency that sold to
Yes.
African Americans on the East Coast and expanded it out to Vernon Davis out in Tennessee, which is extremely historically relevant. If you don't know who Vernon Davis is, he was one of the four men who created the Black Caucus with Martin Luther King. Sadly passed away, I think 3 years ago. But Goldsboro has some historically heavily relevant history that we don't use for our own commerce, and we should. That's just a fact, though.
Okay, so
Councilwoman, please.
so your presentation here today was just to inform us on what you're doing and what our committee has done so far?
Yes.
Is that correct?
and
Okay,
To have your support, that is.
thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Council, any other thoughts, questions, comments?
I do. So
Councilmember,
right
please.
now, where they wanted to put the park at, who currently is the deed owner for that?
It's a good question. Who?
The city.
City of Goldsboro?
City
Okay. Perfect.
We have printout if you'd like to see it.
Would you like to see it?
Very good. Pro Tem?
Yeah,
thank you. A couple questions. One, I would like to know who else is a part of this effort, your committee. And then two, he mentioned that the city would give it to the DGDC, and then they would give it to them. Can we just not do the transfer ourselves? Like, why does it have to funnel through that particular entity?
No, I don't really know that much about this proposal. I haven't really been briefed on it that much, other than what.
If you would come
Where
up,
would be the
since
one
it's
to
a
do
perfectly
that?
valid question, I'm sure the question will come up. I appreciate you being willing to.
So basically what the original plan was to transfer it for other reasons. The next phase that we're looking at doing and working with Felicia Brown is to see if we could come up with some part-of grants that would be a longer-term process but would allow for a much bigger park. And that would require that the property stay with the city, that it does not go to DGDC. The only time anything would go to DGDC is if it would be advantageous for the city to do so. It would not be advantageous for the city to do so if we go down the route of getting a part-of grant, which could be a much bigger park in combination with other things that the Director of Parks and Rec wants to do. So the plan right now is to not transfer it. It would be a disadvantage to transfer it to DGDC at this point. Because if we get part-of grant money, then we can use the property value as part of our match for that grant. So we definitely don't want to transfer it.
I don't want to go too far down the road, but could you kind of give me an idea of what the other things could possibly be?
The other things, well, the Director of Parks and Rec has talked about an inclusive park. And we were, again, speculating, would this be a nice combination to have these two things combined? And so these are just preliminary discussions with Ms. Brown at this point about that.
Okay, thank you.
It would definitely be a park. It would just be a larger park where, as Mr. Slater was saying, we really feel like we could bring in some tourism dollars to capitalize on all of our history here in Goldsboro.
Councilman?
Yes, I was going to ask this later. I am familiar with where the area is, and there have been some talk, because we have been, and I said I was going to ask this question, there has been some talk about the land around that area, because it is owned. The other, you're talking about expansion, but there are three owners. This particular piece is going to be kind of like a L shape, am I correct? Because there are three people that actually own the other part of James Street. That's why I asked you that this was just for presentation right now, because I know that you've got some other things that you've got to work through. And I am on the committee, and I plan to come to some meetings, but my schedule just has not permitted me to.
And for the record, on this drawing where the pavilion is, the adjacent congruent parcel right there is also owned by the city. So there's actually 3 parcels there in that diagram. There are three parcels that the city owns connected there. So it could be even larger than that, but just the original plan was for that size.
Okay.
Last
Councilman?
question.
No, go right ahead, please.
So is there any other visions or anything to talk about just revitalizing with businesses and things, or is this just the park? Is it just the park, or is there any future revitalization going on James Street?
Not that I'm aware of, no. This conversation was just to make you aware of what the DGDC Design Committee was the one that kind of took on this project, along with other interested people to facilitate it, make it happen.
And there's some comments right behind you.
So to ask for other connections in Goldsboro pertaining to the park itself is really just kind of a landmark to kind of set down its own fabric of what kind of communities still live here in Goldsboro from predated times to today, and acknowledging the achievements of those communities. So the gentleman who owns the barbershop down right next door was the first black man to move onto Center Street. Also was legal for African Americans to come here. His story will be there. Then from a video little shoot at his business, kind of connecting the history there. So between the churches, community meetings where things used to be, and the former districts that were there, and I ultimately think it should include whatever farmers or communities that ultimately, if you're familiar with the Green Book was a collection of safe places for African Americans to go during that time period, attaching all the businesses and locations that, much like the Jazz Trail, using that park and district to correct the rest of Wayne County to those communities and older farms that we have, where African Americans were known to have one of the better business districts in history under such era, connecting with those families, putting them in the park, using their plaques to network or preserve history. So the park is just a center space to collect that information, and then through the digital media and the digital parks, we'll create a space in which we create commerce for all connected communities, and if that answers your question. All right.
Council, President?
The committee members.
Committee members, I don't know everyone's name. They can all raise their hands. There you go. You guys. These are my committee members.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Council, any other thoughts, questions, concerns? Hearing none, thank y'all so much for your time
Thank you.
tonight. Appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes the items slated for the work session. All right, so with that, we will move into the consent agenda items. Interim Manager Livingston, if you would please go ahead and get us started on the agenda items, and we'll see where we are in a little while.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have contract for Goldsboro Wayne Transit Authority, GWTA Marketing and Public Relations Services. This is basically, for lack of a better term, marketing plan / ad campaign that they hope to do using mostly federal funding. It's about 5,000 funding of ours and about 5,000 funding from the state. The majority of that 40,000 or whatever is coming from the feds there. And if there's any more questions about that, I suppose our planning director can get into more detail, but that's it in a nutshell. I think it's pretty typical for them to do these ad campaigns on their buses and in their social media and things like that. And they hired a consultant. They went through the whole process correctly, and they found a qualified, responsive bidder.
And there are members of council that vote as part of the TCC and TAC.
That is correct, yes.
To approve this at that level. So for what it's worth, this has at least been seen by a couple of folks too. So, council, any comments or questions on item J? Hearing none, Matt, keep us going.
Okay, next item K, is a public hearing, a contiguous annexation petition for the corner of Central Heights Road and North Oak Forest. It's It's approximately 22 and a half acres. You were setting the public hearing. I don't know if the city council has any questions at this point in time, but Mark is here to answer any questions on that, if there's any questions.
Council, any questions on item K? Again, setting the date for the actual public hearing.
And just a quick question.
Please,
So
Councilman.
this is for housing development?
Yeah, I'll let, Mark answer that. It is, but I'd rather he answer it in more detail.
Yes, sir. The Oak Forest apartment complex, going to be a 300-plus unit apartment complex fronting on Oak Forest Road.
Do we know if it's going to be a choice, when I say choice, but subsidized, or is it going to be for
Market
family?
rate housing.
Got it.
And again, this would just be setting the date for the public hearing for the annexation petition. You would not be getting into the zoning or the site plans or anything like that. Any other comments, questions at this stage? All right, continue on with item L, please.
Thank you,
Bless you.
Mayor.
Bless you.
This next purchase that is a consent agenda item is a purchase of IDEMIA MBIS Latent Workstation. It's a fingerprinting database program and system that uses proprietary information. So one of the things that we had to do because of that is we had to use our exception for the bidding due to that proprietary information. They're the only ones that provide the software that works with this particular equipment. And if there's any more specific questions about that, I would ask the chief answer that, but it's a high-tech tool there that helps us track our fingerprinting and coordinates with the state database.
And as always, council, if there are, once the agenda packet is released, if there's ever any questions or things that need to be pulled off the consent agenda items, please reach out. We'll move them to items requiring individual action. And also after the fact, if you know you're in support of it in general, but you still want to know how it works, please feel free to reach out for that as well. That's okay. Any comments or questions on item L? Hearing none, keep us moving. Item M.
Thank you, Mayor. Item A is audit contract. I've spoke with Chad Cook about this, and it's, part of the process with auditors is you have to, approve their contract, and it's sent to the local government commission for final approval. And we've been working with them for a few years now. They have a good track record. Just on a side note, we are going to get our audit submitted. They tell us confidently Catherine has done all the work that she's able to do at this time. It's in their hands, and they will have it done by June 30th, which there's a letter there. So in front of you that says if we get it done by June 30th, we will be able to conceivably, with no findings, and so far the audit does not have any significant or material findings, be able to get off the unit of syslix, which is a huge movement forward for the city of Goldsboro, which means we'll be able to do a lot of things we haven't been able to do in the past. I say all this to say that they've been doing a good job, and they're familiar with our processes and procedures. We're getting caught up so we can stay caught up, and that's the key thing, sticking to the dates and time procedures. But that's a little bit more detail than you probably needed to know, but I thought with us finishing up an audit kind of late here, even though it says that you can't really get started, we have started, and that's not a violation by any means. There's just work that can be done. They're what they talk about, you can't get started. They're talking more about some of the actual field work that they have to do. And Catherine, I don't know if you have any more comments on that or not.
Council, I'll simply offer that it's certainly my stance that every so often you need to change auditing firms because you need to keep fresh eyes on things. I'm very aware of that. This time, I'm going to ask council to stay exactly where we are. I'll tell you, back in December, when this council was sworn in, one of the first large vendor phone calls that we had, certainly our finance director, Ms. Gwynn, was on the call, myself, our city manager then at the time, and then multiple partners from Forbes, just making it painfully obvious how important this was to us that this get resolved, and they responded. And you know, Ms. Glenn, obviously you responded. I mean, you had done an incredible amount of work since then, and that is not lost on me or certainly any of us, I'm sure. And so I would like to stay with them. I'd like to get this one submitted later this month. We're going to, and at that point, we're officially caught up. And I want that heard. At that point, we're officially caught up. We have no more outstanding audits waiting to happen. We're caught up. It's done. That's an amazing step to be able to say, period. Just a hard stop on that. That's an amazing statement to be able to say, we're caught up, we're done. And then the work begins very quickly on getting what is current fiscal year, which will then be last current fiscal year, getting going in July, August, September, and October, so that we stay caught up where that we need to be. So, and then of course, as the letter that's provided to council and interim manager Livingston just stated, we also have received word that barring any other unforeseen findings, which again we've seen the work, it doesn't appear there will be any, we're off the unit assistance list once we have submitted this thing as well, and it's been approved by the LGC. So huge accomplishments there. I don't want that to go unspoken and unrecognized. That's a ton of work and a huge step forward for our city. So thank you to all involved, and I'll hand it back over to Matt.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions on the audit contract? We have several operating budget amendments coming up, and I'm going to ask Catherine to come up and go over those. It's normal this time of year, as you're cleaning the books, to get all those things done so that we don't have findings on overspending in different line items. So we have to watch ourselves all the time, and our finance department is very good at watching things, I'll tell you that, which is a good thing. Catherine, please.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem,
Evening.
Council. Hello. I believe my first item is for the operating budget amendment for fiscal '24. This will be the final budget amendment that we will have for this fiscal year, as this is the last regular meeting of the City Council before fiscal year end June 30th. We have several corrections and also some appropriations. First would be the theater for additional ticket sales. Those ticket sales are where we pay them out. It's where the city actually collects the revenue in. So the offset is the revenue that is coming in. So we appropriate additional ticket theater revenue, and we pay that out. So Adam's done a really good job. They sold a lot of tickets. A lot of cities have done an excellent job. As you could tell when we went through the budget presentation, we talked about cost recovery. So we are asking for an additional appropriation of $100,000 so that we can fund those ticket payouts. We have a transfer in shared services fund, and this is to close out the 2018 street bond project that I'll talk about in just a minute. I have another budget amendment for that project, and the transfer is $1,872, and it will be funded with an appropriation of investment income. We've had just an excellent year. We have money to in the fire department. Many of you may know, a 1998 American Fire Club, the cab of the truck engaged and open, causing damage to the bay door. The department did not have the funds available to it through lapsed salaries or other lapsed expenditures, so we are appropriating the money. It's $9,495 for the replacement of the bay doors, and this will be funded with an appropriation of income. And during the year, we have numerous insurance claims where we have various accidents, things that might happen to city vehicles, city property, not necessarily to anyone's particular fault, but things just happen. So what we do is we don't budget for those proceeds. The departments have to pay for the repair damage, and so what we're doing is we're appropriating the expenditures to pay for those insurance claims expense, and those are actually funded with insurance claims proceeds, so that is the offset revenue for that, okay? And then in the non-recurring capital outlay fund, the city sold a jointly owned piece of property on Spruce Street. I do not budget for those expenditures or the revenue for it because I can't predict what might get sold by the city during the year. So I've included an appropriation of $2,300 where we had to pay one county their half of the proceeds. And this is funded, of course, with an appropriation of land sale proceeds. And the utility billing and reading inventory account I have included an appropriation for $50,000 for additional bank card processing fees. The city absorbs the cost of the fees, the convenience fees, and the bank fees, because we would prefer people pay online, pay IVR, as opposed to coming in the door, because we think it saves money. So we've had more costs this year with that increased activity, and that will be funded with an appropriation of investment income. And then the utility fund asking for an additional transfer to fund the Phase 4 sewer rehab project. There was a final balance required funding from the utility fund for costs that were not eligible to be drawn on the loan. That amount is $63,720. A little bit about that when I go talk about that particular project, because we are closing. In travel and tourism, they received a grant from the NC Tennis Association. That calls for a players' party that was hosted here. The appropriations were $3,800 for event expenses, and this money has been received and will be recognized as miscellaneous income in the occupancy tax fund. Any questions?
Council, any comments or questions on item N? Hearing none, we'll keep on going with item O.
My next item is amending the grant project fund ordinance for the community development block grant and the home investment partnership special revenue fund. So HUD provides an allocation each fiscal year for the city. And this particular year, for program year 2023, the CDBG allocation was $361,561. The home allocation was $293,636, which is a total of $655,197. So we need to appropriate this so that they can begin spending that to carry out the programs. We do have a couple of technical corrections here as well that they're just very minor, miscellaneous. The big picture of this is the appropriation of the CDBG and home allocation for 2023, which council may be aware we do have funds from prior years that we are still trying to spend on. So just FYI on that. Any questions?
Council, any comments or questions on item O? Hearing none, let's keep going with item P.
Okay, next item is amending capital project fund ordinance for the street improvements capital project fund. Council established this fund in 2018, and it was for the sale of $4.5 million in general obligation bonds in order to do some street paving. At this time, the project has been completed with a total project cost of $5,048,000 with $108,000 in debt issuance costs, and the total construction costs were $4.9 million. And this contains some technical corrections where we're reducing investment interest to the actual amount received. And then we have a small transfer that I just spoke about in the operating amendment, $1,872, which will actually close this project out.
Council, any comments or questions on item P? All right, hearing none, keep us going.
Okay, next item is amending the Community Relations Special Revenue Fund ordinance. At this time, we have some donations and sponsorships in the amount of $15,928 that need to be appropriated for the expenditures for the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. commemoration. So this is appropriating that revenue to fund those expenses. Any questions?
Council, any questions on item Q? Keep us going.
Okay. Next item is a grant project ordinance amendment for the State Grants Miscellaneous Project Fund. So at the April 17th, 2023 meeting, the council authorized the creation of a project budget ordinance to account for the state appropriations grant of $150,000, which council may remember. The $50,000 was for Parks and Rec and $100,000 was for transportation. So we're going to use this project fund to also appropriate monies from the Regional Economic Development Reserve, which was funded by the State Appropriations Act for $2 million. Council had previously authorized the spending of $375,000 of these funds towards the stabilization of Union Station and $1,625,000 towards the public safety complex repairs. And that was done at the November meeting. So at this time, we need to appropriate the revenues and expenditures so we can start working on the project. We have a performance period through October of 2025, and there is no match required by the city.
I'd like to make a comment on this if I may.
Please.
This one's significant because we have some pretty significant heating and air conditioning issues going down at the public safety complex now that we really need to get a handle on. We've been working diligently at it, and we're thinking, maybe we've got a solution. But this funding is going to help us get in there and make some emergency repairs, possibly figure out what's going on with HVAC, because that's the first thing, because we have, just so you know, I think most people here know, we have really crazy humidity levels going on in some of the offices down there. And we've looked at it, we've had all different kinds of, our consultant look at it, our HVAC folks look at it, they think they may have a handle on it, but these funds are really gonna help us get in there and replace whatever it is that needs to be replaced, and re-engineer, redo those things that need to be fixed so they can have, you're talking about some of the offices, I've been down there that have 65% or more humidity levels, which is a little bit like a sauna. So anyway, I just want to let you know, I'm glad that we're going to move ahead with this and hopefully get a resolution.
I do have a question. though.
Please, Councilman.
So, and I'm glad that we're gonna fix it too, but however, I thought we was in the discussion of trying to build a new complex. So how much money are we gonna invest if we're looking at trying to invest in a new building?
Yeah, so whatever we do down there to try to fix the HVAC is going to be more of a temporary kind of thing, because what's happening right now is if we can't get a handle on that, we're talking about mold and mildew issues that they've had down there. So hopefully this will be something that won't cost $1 million. I'm like you, I don't want to spend $1 million but we have to figure out what's going on, and maybe we can salvage at least the AC and keep that going and get the temperatures and humidity levels where they need to be.
I got you. And Mr. Mayor, I do have a question. Can we go back just a minute?
Yes.
And Miss
The Q.
yeah, to Q, when we stated that about the MLK, could you restate that again just so I?
Okay, so the city had collected donations and sponsorship revenue that had not been appropriated yet. And so we have to appropriate the revenue so that we can add it to the Dr. Martin, because it was specific for that. So we added that to the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. commemoration expenditure line item to fund those expenses. For the main thing was the breakfast, right? The luncheon, I'm sorry. So this is kind of a cleanup amendment. With the project funds, I try to do those periodically, but I wanted to make sure that I got that done before June.
Okay, just for, so we took in ticket sales.
And in turn, that the ticket sales and sponsorship paid.
If you would come over to the microphone so we can, thank you.
So the city had to pay initially the cost for the caterer, so we could secure the caterer, other items needed for the event. So then the ticket sales and sponsorship sales, in a sense, paid the city back, it's paying the city back.
Okay.
So, and we broke even. So, we had a certain amount that we've spent out
I got
on
you.
vendors and such.
I got you.
So we aim to raise as much coming in to pay the city back.
Okay, I'm good.
Council, any other comments or questions on Q, and then we'll return to R? Hearing none? Perfect. If you would, we'll finish up on item R. Last thing, I do want to say this one. Item R, look at that one in the agenda packet and note, this is another example of our relationships with our state delegation. These things don't happen by accident. And so I do just want to point that out, that I appreciate their concern and their willingness to invest in Goldsboro, and that we're absolutely see it, and we're going to do our best to make sure that every penny goes towards good projects, get used to support the city and support the people of the city, and that we're going to do right with these funds. So. Any other comments on item R? All right. If you would continue with item S.
All right. My next item is amending a special revenue fund, the Federal and State Drug Forfeiture Special Revenue Fund. Again, this is one of these, I'm trying to pick up all the revenues that have occurred in the past year before we get to the end of the fiscal year. The city received from the Equitable Sharing Program through the Department of Justice a total of $80,654. And then we've also got some investment income because obviously there's a balance in the federal forfeiture funds. So we're appropriating that investment income of $7,298. So we appropriate those into federal expenditures to provide the funds so that the police department can spend those in accordance with the rules of federal forfeiture. Any questions?
Any questions on item S? Hearing none, continue.
Okay, so my next item is an ordinance amending the Phase 4 sewer rehabilitation project. This started in 2017 with a $6.2 million loan with the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. It was amended in 2018 for an additional $2.6 million for a total loan amount of $8.9 million. At this time, the project is now completed. We finally received all of our eligible loan draws. That happened sometime in I think it's January or February of this year. The project total cost was $8.5 million, and there was a balance of costs that were not eligible to be drawn on the loan in the total of $63,721, which I discussed in the operating amendment a few minutes ago. And so we've got that set to transfer so that we can close this project effective June 30 of 2024.
Council, any comments or questions?
Okay,
Hearing none, we'll move
next
to item T.
I have a grant project budget amendment for the Stormwater Capital Projects Fund, and just to remind council, since several of you are new, in 2016, council authorized the creation of a stakeholder committee to talk about recommendations of how to deal with the servicing on the stormwater drainage. They recommended a stormwater fee. An actual enterprise fund called the Stormwater Fund was created with the establishment of the fiscal 18 budget. At the June 21, 2021 council meeting, council authorized the creation of the Stormwater Projects Fund so that we could capture the actual project work that was being done by the fees that were being collected from our ratepayers. Attached is an ordinance to amend the fund. We are recommending appropriation of revenue of $267,000, which was put aside in the Stormwater Utility Operating Fund. So we're appropriating that revenue in, and of that, we are going to appropriate $24,845 for a storm drainage project on 907 North Virginia Street. There are a couple of technical corrections that we're making, and we're also closing the Vine Street project and moving $7,726 out of that project to close that line item. The remaining balance of $249,588 will be allocated to contingency, and of course, council is probably aware, contingency can only be allocated by council, so at what point in time staff brings back projects to the council to approve, then at that time we would bring back a budget amendment to actually allocate and create an expenditure line for the specific stormwater projects that the council authorizes. Any questions?
No questions on what you just said, but I do have a question though. So could we get a list of projects that they have produced?
The stormwater?
Yeah.
We can do that. Mr. Manager, if you would, please.
Yep, we can definitely do that.
And you can see in the actual ordinance itself are the projects that have been approved so far with the budgets, not the actual amounts, but it's the mapping and GIS is the big study. That was $1.5 million. Vine Street, North Virginia Street. Those are the three projects.
We're getting at the point where we can start doing some larger capital projects, which is really nice. That's what it's for, but we had to map and assess our stormwater system first. So now we can take some of that funding and piece by piece fix the priority areas.
And we have a priority list?
Internally, they know the areas, and so that was one of the things that we did apply for a grant for, to do all the assessment. We did not get that grant, but we have a working list that, yes, sir. Okay. It's written down, but not like a, we haven't assessed every single one of them and done cost estimates on every one of them, but we have priority projects. I'll put it that way.
And if you would, just go ahead and share that with council so we kind of have a feel for what everyone's looking at. And council, once you get that, if you have thoughts or concerns, or you know there are trouble areas that maybe are not on the list the way that they ought to be, please do reach out to the manager and interim manager and make sure that he knows so we can do it, because we've got a lot of spots all over the city that need improvements, there's no doubt. We've got everything from ditches that need to be redug out to pipes themselves that actually need relaying, so. Thank you so much.
Hey, Ms. Catherine, can I ask you one question? Going back to the $50,000 fees, you know, increased from the customers paying more online. I'm just trying to balance out my cost savings of employee time versus fees. Are those fees occurred through the bank, or is that a POS system, some type of point of sale system that we use?
So that's really through the utility billing provider provides that service for us. We're kind of captive to that. And part of it, when I looked at it, because I was kind of surprised it was that much.
Me too.
But
That's
I
why I'm
believe,
asking.
but from what I can tell is we had to cut the budget. So we were trying to keep our budget in that particular department level so that it didn't go up. So when I actually looked at what we paid in fees, it was a lot more, and it looks like we cut the budget back. So we really probably should have had at least 150 in there, and I think it was 110 is what was actually in the budget. So, you know, it happens a lot of times when you've got all these additional costs, so it could be health insurance costs, personnel costs, things of that nature. So it's not so much that we didn't, I guess, ballpark it right. I think it's when we were trying to get through balancing the budget, we cut the fees hoping, fingers crossed, you know, that we wouldn't need them. But the one thing I will say is we may not need all the 50,000, which is fine. We won't spend it. But I want to make sure that there is sufficient appropriation there so that we don't run over budget, because that's the whole goal of trying to get this done. You don't want to have budget violations, you know, because that becomes like an audit finding. So if it was, I mean, I maybe could have backed it down 10, 15,000, but I knew for certain I had enough investment income to take care of it, and that's what I was trying to do, is I'm just trying to avoid a budget violation that comes before the council.
Okay, I understand that better. I was thinking more the 30, 35 range more than the
I think that's
50
where it's going
range.
to end up. That's such a small department for us, that amount of money would make a big difference. It's not like some of the other ones where, you know, we're talking about they have $4 or $5 million. 50,000 in that particular department is a lot of money. So I just wanted to make sure we were covered from budget violations.
Council, any other comments or questions on items presented by Finance Director? Hearing none. Mr. Livingston, if you would close us out with item V. Just simply that they're in the,
The departmental reports are there in your packet for you. If you have any questions, please let us know. We'll do our best to answer them.
all right. So the consent agenda items have all been presented, just final call. Obviously, we'll readdress this in the 7 o'clock session, but are there any other surface level questions the council would like to ask for any of the consent agenda items? All right, hearing none. I'm just going to ask full disclosure, during closed session this evening, we've got to discuss an economic development opportunity, which is a wonderful thing to have in front of you. We have a representative from the Lincoln Development Alliance in the audience, so I just need you to nod. Are you prepared to be able to discuss that now instead of the 7 o'clock session, or can we go ahead and get going? In closed. All right, so with that, I need a motion to go into closed session to discuss economic development and,
Potential litigation.
all right, so we'll make it a twofold closed session. We'll go ahead and get that done. So I entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss potential litigation and economic development.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion has been made. Do I have a second?
I have a second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. All right, wonderful. We're in closed session.
We're live.
All right, having completed our closed session for the evening, we will stand in recess until 7 o'clock in council chambers. 7 o'clock general meeting of our Goldsboro City Council on June 17th. Appreciate everyone being present. We have a very busy agenda this evening with multiple public hearings, and so we will go ahead and get going. This will be our call to order. Archbishop Anthony Slater, if you'll lead us with an invocation and then pledge of allegiance.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good evening.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you for this opportunity that we can come together for the meeting of the minds. Father, we need your guidance tonight. Many things are before us. The protection of our cities before us. The rebuilding of our cities before us. Father, we thank you, God, for giving us the wisdom on how to do and touch even the residents, Lord, as they join in to help rather than just criticize. Father, we thank you for what's about to happen in the days to come. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, if you'd please conduct a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Present.
Councilman Boyette.
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor. Present. Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
Present.
All present and accounted for. Thank you for being here. We'll move to approval of the minutes. We have three sets of minutes. Minutes of the budget meeting on May 28th, as well as minutes of the work session and the minutes of the regular meeting of June 3rd, 2024. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes, or do I have any amendments to the minutes?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everybody. All right, we'll move directly into presentations. Item B is a resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by James Ted Best as an employee of the City of Goldsboro for more than 33 years. So, all right, I'll do it from right down here. We were having a friendly debate over, do I do it from up there and then come down and present it to you? Or do I just come stand over here and say we'll do it that way? If that's all right with you. Sir, so first I'll read the resolution, and then I'm going to hand over the microphone to you and Ms. Gwynn, and we'll see what you have to say, offer some words of wisdom, or keep it nice, right? So, resolution number 2024-71, a resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by James Ted Best as an employee of the City of Goldsboro for more than 33 years. Whereas James Ted Best retired on July 1st, 2024 as a meter reader with more than 33 years of service to the Public Works and Finance Departments. And whereas Ted began his career on December 13, 1990 as a temporary leaf collector with the Public Works Department. And whereas on February 6, 1991, Ted was hired as a laborer 2 with the Public Works Department. And whereas on January 6, 1992, Ted was promoted to water meter reader with the Public Works Department. And whereas on July 2nd, 2000, Ted's position was reclassified to meter reader with the Finance Department, where he has served until his retirement. And whereas Ted has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of the City of Goldsboro. And whereas the Mayor and City Council of the City of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the City of Goldsboro of expressing to Ted Best their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Ted Best our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the City of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this, the 17th day of June, 2024. Thank you. like to recognize this evening? Well, please, here, all for you. There you go.
She has been my supporting cast for all the years that I have been here. Very supportive young lady. Tell me when I'm wrong or right, she's always, you should do that, or you should do that and stuff. So she's been my sidekick.
There you go.
Yes, sir. And it's been beautiful. All the years I've been here, it's been beautiful. I mean, from day one, this was the perfect job for me. Outside, doing my thing, kind of to myself and stuff. And I really appreciate the city of Goldsboro. I mean, I don't have no bad feelings whatsoever to say for the city.
I got you.
I enjoy this ride. But like Michael Joe said, this is the last ride.
Tonight, Lee Peter, who works also with us, and she manages a utility bill, and she couldn't be here tonight due to a prior engagement. So I know she's really sad not to be able to say goodbye to Ted in a formal setting to say just how much we appreciate, but I'm going to try to do my best. You know, I've been here a little over 5 years, and I have so enjoyed working with Ted. Ted is like a ray of sunshine for us. He does such great customer service. He's so helpful. He's always one of those willing to jump in when we need something done to help the customer. And he's just always got a smile on his face and a smile in his heart. And, you know, we're going to miss him, but of course we're very happy for this next chapter in his life. So we're sad to see him go. Because like I said, you know, Ted, you exemplify that role model of customer service, and we so appreciate that. And I miss you. I'm going to miss you, and I love you, and I just thank you for all that you've done for the finance department all these years. It is so much appreciated. Thank you.
We're going to have to get you a 45 jersey and say we're going to run it back for a little while.
Congratulations. I appreciate your service to the city. You're a model employee.
Yes.
Council, as the resolution has already been read and presented, there is the formality of voting to actually pass the resolution. So do I hear a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
So moved.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
I second it.
All right, motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate on the motion to approve the resolution as presented? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you so much again for your service. Where do you go? There. Thank you so much. Next, we'll move to item C under presentations, which is a Gun Violence Awareness Month proclamation. I'll read that one from up here. National Gun Violence Awareness Month proclamation. Whereas gun violence touches every segment of our society and impacts people of all ages, it increases the probability of death and incidences of domestic violence, raises the likelihood of fatality by those who intend to injure others and among those who attempt suicide, and it places children and young people at increased risk of physical harm and injury. And whereas many violent crimes and suicide involve the use of firearms, and whereas practicing safe gun storage protects children, prevents accidents, and reduces gun thefts. And whereas Goldsboro and the state of North Carolina are committed to reducing gun violence, limiting access to those who are unqualified to carry firearms, and encouraging responsible gun ownership in order to keep our communities safe. And whereas it is appropriate to set aside time to honor those Americans whose lives are cut short each year by gun violence, and the countless survivors whose lives are forever altered. And whereas orange is the color chosen to honor the victims of gun violence because it is bright, demands attention, and is the color hunters use to protect themselves and others from harm. And whereas June 5th through the 7th, 2024 is Wear Orange Weekend, signifying the beginning of National Gun Violence Awareness Month, and anyone can join this campaign by wearing orange to help raise awareness of gun violence and honor the lives of those we have lost. And whereas National Gun Violence Awareness Month honors the many lives that have been cut short by gun violence in our country and supports efforts to reduce gun-related crimes in the United States. And whereas gun violence awareness is highlighted in June, but must be communicated daily, we can all work to end gun violence so that Goldsboro remains a safe, vibrant, and healthy community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim June 5th through the 7th, 2024 as Wear Orange Weekend, and June 2024 as National Gun Violence Awareness Month in the city of Goldsboro, and commend its observance to all citizens. The Goldsboro City Council urges all citizens, businesses, organizations, and agencies to work collaboratively to reduce gun violence in our community. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal of the city of Goldsboro, this the 17th day of June, 2024. Friends, our city, the last couple of weeks, has had its share. I appreciate everyone that was able to join us at the city council meeting for the special call meeting last week. There was good dialogue. I appreciate those that have reached out to myself, those that have reached out to other council members, those that have reached out to, and I want to be very specific on what I say here, those that have reached out to those that they love. Because the way that we're going to get this under control isn't just calling the mayor. You're welcome to call me. I love talking to folks, even when you're mad at me. I enjoy it. I enjoy getting to know every single person who puts the time in to contact me. How we're going to make a dent in this, how we're going to change these behaviors, is by talking to the people that we love who are exhibiting behaviors that we go, you know what, that isn't quite right. We need to see what's going on. We got to stand up for our communities, and we've got to be a voice for reason in our communities of every shape, size, and color. So I appreciate those that have been able so far to put their voices out there, and I commend anyone that is on the fence about doing it. Be brave. It's worth it. You'll make a difference. Madam Clerk, do we have someone to present this proclamation to this evening?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I have a question. We're going to hold the proclamation here with the city, but anyone here, and this is not putting anyone on the spot, if you do not feel like you want to be recognized, I completely understand that. If your life has been impacted directly or indirectly by gun violence, please stand. This is a significant portion of the room, and I'm not going to ask everyone in here how or why. That's personal. You'll share your stories in your own way. But those of us that have lost a loved one, you remember it. Practice safe storage, practice responsible gun ownership, and I appreciate everyone being willing to stand with me for a few moments. Thank you. All right. Tell you what, let's do this. Do you have that resolution? I'll tell you what we're going to do. Mr. Robinson, would you come forward, please? I'm going to break from the agenda just for a second. I'm going to present this to you, and here's why. Because out of this whole city, we had it on our agenda to do this proclamation. But you emailed me and said, hey, is this on the agenda, to make sure that it was. And I appreciate that. Because you're trying to look out for your neighbors, you're trying to look out for your family, and you're trying to make a difference. And I appreciate that. Anyone else here who has something that's coming down the pipe that you see that you won't recognize by the city, we may already have it on our list of things to do, great. But if we don't, we'll do it. And Rodney, thank you. I appreciate it. Next, we have a proclamation. As you've seen, this administration and this council take part in doing these things. We believe it's important to give thanks for the life and accomplishments of pillars of our community. And those who that reach out to council, we try and honor these requests and to make sure that we're showing off the best of what Goldsboro, North Carolina has to offer and drawing attention to these things. So with that, earlier in the evening, we amended the agenda and added a proclamation of thanks for the life and accomplishments of Mrs. Hilda Grace Hicks Branch. Family, I'm going to read it up here, and then I'll go down for it if there's anyone here to receive the proclamation. Okay. Whereas Ms. Hilda Grace Hicks Branch has been a pillar of the educational landscape of Goldsboro, North Carolina for decades, founding Dillard Academy Charter School in 1998. And whereas upon its founding, she served as its executive director for 25 years and impacted the lives of countless students and families, helping them to see value in education and potential in themselves. And whereas she was a graduate of J.T. Barber High School and an alumna of both North Carolina Central and Shaw University. And whereas she had an extensive career in the United States Social Security Administration, where she was frequently promoted until her retirement in 1997 as the regional manager of the Social Security Administration U.S. Southeast region. And whereas Ms. Hicks Branch was a very civic-minded individual, serving on the Wages Foster Grandparent Advisory Council, the Council on Aging, and the Goldsboro City Schools Board of Education. And whereas her lasting impact on the community through the success of Dillard Academy Charter School will be felt for generations to come, now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim June 21st, 2024 as a day of gratitude, reflection, and recognition for the life and accomplishments of Mrs. Hilda Grace Hicks Branch, and the manner by which she exemplified generosity and the highest of personal and professional standards in every aspect of her life. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and affix the seal of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, this the 17th day of June, 2024.
The board is here.
Understand that representatives from her board.
Dr. Smith, why are you not up there?
Ms. Nobles.
I did a Brandy Matthews.
I'll put this where it belongs. Y'all tell us
She's
what we
always
need to
on the
do.
phone.
Okay. Mr. Gaylor, on the behalf of our current executive director, Ms. Danielle Batiste, our principal, Ms. Carol Battle, the board members of Dillard Academy, and the entire staff of Dillard Academy, we want to say thank you. And we consider it an honor to accept this proclamation. Dr. Smith, would you like to say something?
There you go. I appreciate you being willing to be here. Offer my condolences to the family. I know that they are going through a period of grieving, and I hope that this in some way shows some support and also inspires these behaviors in other aspects of our community as well. It's by living by example that we hope to change cultures and communities and behaviors. And I so appreciate you being willing, you and your board being willing to come forward and say this is what professionalism and excellence looks like and stand by it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Here, y'all slide this way. Take about 4 steps, or maybe a few more. There we go. Is that better? Oh.
That was
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. Our next proclamation is National PTSD Awareness Day, and I'll continue reading. Whereas post-traumatic stress disorder can occur after a person experiences trauma, including but not limited to the stress of combat, rape, sexual assault, child abuse, bombings, accidents, and natural disasters, and affects approximately 8 million adults in the United States annually. And whereas PTSD is associated with chemical changes in the body's hormonal system and autonomic nervous system, and is characterized by symptoms including flashbacks, nightmares, insomnia, avoidance, hypervigilance, anxiety, and depression. And whereas the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces who proudly serve the nation and risk their lives to protect our freedom deserve the investment of every possible resource to ensure their lasting physical, mental, and emotional well-being. And whereas combat-related PTSD stress among our men and women in the armed forces is significantly pronounced, given that they are often exposed to highly traumatic events for weeks, months, and even years. And whereas between 10 and 30% of service members will develop PTSD within a year of leaving combat, while others may not develop symptoms until years later. And whereas despite its treatability, many cases of PTSD remain undiagnosed and untreated due to a lack of awareness of this condition and the persistent stigma associated with mental health conditions. And whereas raising awareness of this condition is necessary to remove the stigma and to encourage those suffering to seek proper and timely treatment that may save their lives. And whereas all citizens suffering from PTSD deserve our consideration, and those who are affected by PTSD from wounds received while protecting our freedom deserve our respect and special honor. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim June 27, 2024 as National PTSD Awareness Day in the city of Goldsboro, and call upon our citizens and interested groups to observe the day with appropriate ceremonies and activities that promote awareness and understanding of PTSD. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal of the city of Goldsboro, this the 17th day of June, 2024. I'm going to reserve my comments. I'll simply add this. There's correlation amongst the things that happen to be on the agenda tonight. It was not done this way intentionally. It's done this way because it's what correlates with the calendar. If you see someone in your life who is suffering or is exhibiting behaviors that are inconsistent with what they have previously brought out, involve yourself. Go and check on them. Men are real bad at that, but we've got to be better. We've got to be better. And so I appreciate everyone here giving us a few moments to be able to read that proclamation as well. And then lastly, certainly not least, Juneteenth proclamation. Whereas news of the end of slavery did not reach the frontier areas of the United States, in particular the state of Texas and other southwestern states, until months after the conclusion of the Civil War, more than 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863. And whereas on June 17th, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas with news that the Civil War had ended and the enslaved were free. And whereas African Americans who had been slaves in the Southwest celebrated June 19th, commonly known as Juneteenth, as inspiration and encouragement for future generations. And whereas African Americans from the Southwest have continued the tradition of observing Juneteenth for more than 150 years. And whereas Juneteenth began as a holiday in the state of Texas and is now celebrated in 46 states and the District of Columbia as a special day of observance and recognition of the emancipation of all slaves in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations have been held to honor African American freedom, history, and heritage, while encouraging self-development and respect for all cultures. And whereas slavery was not officially abolished until after the ratification of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States on December 1865. And whereas the faith and strength of character demonstrated by former slaves and the descendants of former slaves remain an example for all people of the United States, regardless of background, religion, or race. And whereas the city of Goldsboro is committed to promoting diversity and racial and cultural harmony. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth in the city of Goldsboro, and recognizes that the observance of the end of slavery is part of the history and heritage of the United States, and supports the continued nationwide celebration of Juneteenth to provide an opportunity for citizens to learn more about the past and to better understand the experiences that have shaped the United States. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal of the city of Goldsboro, this the 17th day of June, 2024. Was everyone able to attend Saturday out at the Hub? Was anyone ever able to be there? Wonderful. I was as well. So a wonderful day, and I'll echo my comments at the start of that event. Learn your history. It's complicated. And learn your sources. Understand what a valid source that is just trying to give you fact looks like. Understand where you're getting your information. Make sure you're getting good information, and learn your history, because it repeats itself. It is this wild kind of thing, almost like weird fashion trends. They will resurface, and you're going to need to spot it and know it when you see it. And I so appreciate council. I so appreciate Curtis Media and all the sponsors that made Saturday's event a huge success. And I appreciate all of the folks, yourself included. Thank you for the work that went in putting Saturday together. So, enough on that. We'll move directly into public hearings. We'll move to item F, FY 24-25 Annual Action Plan Public Hearing, Community Relations and Development.
Good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and Council.
Good evening.
I have the FY 24-25 Annual Action Plan for final approval. You do have a revised memo that the clerk has provided. I did have to update a date due to the Commission on Community Relations and Development rescheduling their meeting from last Tuesday. The 2024-25 Annual Action Plan outlines how the city intends to use the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, and Home Investment Partnership funds for the 24 program year. In accordance with the city's Citizen Participation Plan, the Community Relations and Development Department will solicit feedback for the 24-25 Annual Action Plan, which covers July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, with in-person meetings allowing the public multiple opportunities to provide input. A draft copy of the 2024 Annual Action Plan was made available to the public on May 18th for a 30-day public comment period and ran through June 16th, 2024. A public hearing is being held tonight before you during your regular meeting, and a public meeting will be held on tomorrow, June 18th, during the regular meeting of the Commission on Community Relations and Development to discuss priorities and eligible activities. On May 7, 2024, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development notified its grantees of the FY24 Community Planning and Development grant allocations, with the city being allocated $351,152 in CDBG and $229,887 in home funds. This evening, we will provide the council with a presentation highlighting the finalization of proposed activities as outlined in the FY 24-25 Annual Action Plan. It's already there for you. So we've gone through this process again, as council's been made aware. This is just a public disclaimer. We've gone through this process already once before. HUD had provided guidance on how to carry out the process with our anticipated allocation amounts, but then the day after the last public hearing before council, we received the actual allocation. So it was the decision of the department to, since we had time, to go through the process again with the actual allocations for transparency. So we have here for program administration, our 20% allotted cap for admin is for CDBG is $70,230. For home, it is 10% is our cap, and that amount is $22,989. We've allocated for demolition and clearance, CDBG, at $35,015. We do have a cap for demolition and clearance that we cannot use prior funds for that. For homeowner rehabilitation, we've allocated $73,235, and then we have some prior year CDBG funds that we could use to assist eligible homeowners to support rehab to perform rehab. Project delivery is a cost associated with rehabilitation, where we have to get work write-ups, assessments. We may have to do lead assessments in some of the homes. So we've allocated $20,000 towards that. For public facilities and improvement activities, we've allocated $100,000. You see, we have quite a bit of prior year CDBG funds that we can utilize to enhance neighborhoods by way of eligible site improvements. Public services in the amount of $52,672. We do have a cap at 15% of our annual allocation for CDBG to use towards public services. We cannot go beyond that. Public services will provide grants to nonprofit organizations who serve the low to moderate income community. Affordable housing, we have allocated $122,894 of home funds. We also have prior year CDBG and home funds available to support constructing and rehabilitating rental housing units. Down payment assistance, we've allocated $40,000 of home funds. We do have prior year home funds we can use to assist home buyers with down payment and closing costs. Affordable housing CHODO activity. A CHODO is a community housing development organization by certification. We have a cap of 15% of our annual home allocation at $44,004 to go towards CHODO activity, which we support CHODOs in constructing and rehabilitating housing for low to moderate income families. And our allocated activities total, the current allocation amounts for fiscal year 24-25.
All right, council, any comments or questions before we open the public hearing?
I do have a quick question.
Please, go ahead.
So, Ms. Williams, on the, where it says affordable housing.
Yes, sir.
And it says construct, rehabilitate rental units, and we have this money left over from the previous year. Is it just because we don't have any people filling out the forms, the request forms, or is it that why do we have so much money left over?
So the department has faced a number of challenges, and I have those I can share if I may.
Go ahead.
I'd like to answer the question properly.
Absolutely, please.
And for transparency. So the Community Relations and Development Department, so I stepped into the role April 2021. One of our challenges was certainly COVID. But from January 21 to April 21, there was no director in the department. It's also important to note that the Community Relations and Development staff are also responsible for community relations, which includes providing support, serving as liaisons for 3 of the city's 8 boards and commissions. We are a 3-person department. From January 21 to April 21, we had no HUD representative. Our former assistant city manager was reaching out to HUD during that time for some assistance, and then it wasn't until April when we got an interim HUD rep. In January 21, we were contacted by the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency that they had funded the city for their urgent repair rehabilitation program, the 2019 program. And so that project remained open with 9 eligible and approved homeowners waiting for repair work. So I had to hire a contractor who ended up being terminated, and so we had to put another bid out for a replacement contract, and the city attorney helped me through that process. The project was completed, just 2022 the project was completed. In April of 21, again, I was named interim director. Again, in April of 21, we got an interim HUD rep. In August of 21, we got a permanent HUD representative. October of 2021, I was offered the position of Community Relations and Development Director permanently. From mid to late 2021, the former assistant city manager left, and he was the only one here at City Hall with community development knowledge that could provide assistance to the department. From 2021, I don't remember exactly when, to early 2022, I was the only employee in the community relations department. We've gone through 2 HUD monitorings or audits. HUD calls them monitorings. August of 22, HUD monitored the city's fiscal year 19 and 20 CDBG grant. That monitoring was just closed this past December. So we were required, we had some findings. We were required to respond to those findings. July of 23, HUD monitored the city's home FY 19 and 17 and 19 home grant, and that monitoring is still open. So we've responded to all of the findings. We're waiting to hear back from HUD on that. So they have 90 days from when we respond to give us a final response. We were also notified from the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency that the Essential Single Family Recovery Loan Pool Disaster Recovery Program, which were funds that were provided from the agency as a result of Hurricane Matthew, was still open, and there were leftover funds to spend. So I reopened the application process and sought out eligible applicants, but no eligible applications were received. The project was just closed this past March with the help of Finance Director. And also, of course, everyone knows the city underwent state audit, so the department was a part of that as well. So this is not to point a finger at any past administration or anybody, it's just what the department has gone through. And I think, your question warranted, so I was prepared for that question.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for your explanation. But I really wanted to know, is it anything with our process or the process of HUD that makes it so strenuous that people are not really coming to apply for the funds?
It's not. So for home funds, we have worked with developers. We do have an approved application right now for affordable housing development. We just have to hire an underwriter.
Okay.
That's a process that HUD requires. And historically, this is something that I learned from the beginning, that the city has held on to home funds for a bigger project. So we have home funds from 2017.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking, because I can see a potential solution with investing in our LMI communities by using these funds, because we did say last week that one of our problems is poverty and the lack of investment in our low to moderate income communities. So if we having money that's left over, I think that we should really begin to look at how we can actually use these funds, if we're getting them, to improve our situation on the ground.
Now, sometimes the strict federal regulations are the hindrance, and then sometimes there are other factors that hinder what we can do. So I appreciate the question.
I will say that Felicia has learned tremendous, and she's doing an outstanding job, and that's one of the reasons why in the budget we recommended another position in a very tight fiscal year, because she does need help, and she made it very clear to me.
Well, I thank you for that, but I also like to recognize the 2 full-time staff that are in the department. I'm not a one-woman show, so I like to publicly thank and acknowledge them, Ms. Crystal Fuller and John Bradley Wilson, for all that they do every day on community relations and development. So we're 2 departments combined in one. So that's always something I like for everyone to keep in mind as well.
The questions wasn't meant to put you on the spot,
no,
but I just saw an avenue of approach that we could get to one of our problems. We can kind of fix one of our problems that's been driving our communities.
I just appreciate the opportunity to share that.
Right.
Any other comments, questions from council before we open the public hearing? All right, so with that, there you go. We will open the public hearing. We are now in a public hearing for the FY 24-25 Annual Action Plan. Anyone to come forward and speak, please do. All right, second call. We are in the public hearing for the FY 24-25 Annual Action Plan. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. And third and final call. This is the public hearing for the FY 24-25 Annual Action Plan. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any questions over the last few seconds that kind of come to mind that we'd like to ask? All right, hearing none, Is there a motion to approve the final version of the FY 24-25 Annual Action Plan as presented?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to approve the final version as presented. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mayor
for your
Council.
work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move into our next public hearing. This is item G on the agenda. This is a special use hearing. Mr. Helmer, if you'll please come forward for SU 1224.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Good evening.
Mr. Helmer.
Sworn in.
You're here.
The first case before you tonight is SU 1224. Ahmed Ali Bali is the applicant, and he's requesting a special use permit to allow for retail sales establishment on property located within the airport business zoning district. The property considered for approval is located on the south side of US 70 East Highway, approximately 2,200 feet north of its intersection with the South NC 111 Highway. This property is further identified as NC PIN number 3528140541. Is located at 4146 South US 70. The current future land use designation is commercial for this property, and the applicant is requesting a special use permit to operate a retail establishment for the sale of tobacco products. The applicant is requesting to use an existing structure located at the property considered for approval. The existing site has adequate access to US 70, meets required parking standards, and is served by city water and city sewer services. The City of Goldsboro Unified Development Ordinance Article 5 Table of Permitted Uses allows for retail sales within Airport Business Zoning District with a valid special use permit. Here's a map of the location of the property. Is highlighted in blue there. The adjacent uses included it's an airport district all around. It has a commercial property immediately adjacent to the south and to the north of the property. There is existing agricultural use behind it, and some agricultural uses and residential uses immediately across the highway there. So here's a picture of the property. It's a small commercial building, adequate parking, 2 driveways on US 70. The property is located within the Airport Business Zoning District. This district is established as generally equivalent to the Highway Business District, except it is located within an accidental potential zone of the Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. This district is intended to allow dispersed low-intensity commercial uses and provides additional review for uses that have potential to concentrate people within APZ. The proposed use meets the above definition of low-intensity retail use. The adjacent land uses include restaurants to the southeast and manufacturing home dealer to the north. Again, there's the property. The City of Goldsboro Future Land Use Plan has identified this corridor as suitable for commercial. The City of Goldsboro Transportation Plan shows this corridor is currently being developed with many existing structures with various commercial uses along there. The recommendation of Seymour Johnson Air Force Installation Compatibility Use Zone, and the component of that plan that is located within the UDO has identified this use and most other uses as non-compatible. The existing building is compliant with the Air Force AICZU height restrictions, which is based on law that's contained within the FAA Regulation Part 77. Again, this is the the future land use plan, identifying this whole corridor as a commercial corridor. Planning staff does recommend approval of SU 1224 to allow for retail sales within an existing building located within an existing commercial corridor and located within an airport business zoning district. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, council, are there any questions for the planning director before we move into the public hearing? Pro Tem?
Hey, thank you.
Hi.
Is this gonna be another vape shop?
Probably.
Councilman Taylor?
So my question is, do you by chance know if this applicant has any other businesses in the city of Goldsboro and how, anything about?
I do not know. I do not know. I'm sorry.
Councilman White?
And the comprehensive land use plan is, what was the last?
It identifies that corridor as being suitable for commercial uses. And this structure is an existing commercial structure with parking.
Could you go back to the actual photo that
Sure.
you had up there?
Yeah.
Councilman Taylor?
Do you know what business used to be here?
I do not. I do not. And I asked my colleague, and they're not aware either.
I thought it was a church.
All right, Councilman Boyette, and then Councilman Boyette.
The last thing that I recall being in that particular building, I thought it was the Democratic Party headquarters at one time. It's been vacant for a long time. When Wilbur owned it.
That must have been years ago.
I mean, it's been vacant for a long time.
Yeah, that was years ago. It was Democratic.
I have a question for you.
Councilman Wicks, please.
So is that 5 parking spaces, would one of those being indicated as a handicap parking
Yes.
space?
Yes, ma'am. The second from the left there is handicap. Do believe they also have a handicap symbol on the ground, and I do believe if they have a sign. If not, they'll be required to put one in prior to occupying the building.
Is that
Required
significant?
to have a handicap parking sign with a $250 fine notice on it.
So is that significant parking for that type of structure?
It is.
with
It's based
just-
on square footage. In this case, it's a low traffic generating retail use, which we would generally require 1 parking space per 500 square feet. So this is a 1,000 square foot building. So they have, just the amount they need, plus their area around there for overflow, so.
I just wonder, what's the business right next to it?
That is the Wilbur's restaurant.
And we,
Councilman, Councilwoman, just want to make sure that didn't cut you off. Councilman Taylor?
Just a question, because I'm not familiar with everything, but when someone comes and they put in an application for a business in the city, do you guys look at if they also have other businesses and how those businesses are ran? Do you have issues with those businesses?
Generally not, unless they're just known to if we are aware of trouble at one location, then we'll, obviously, maybe critique the application a little bit, a little bit more than we would otherwise, but in this case, we're not aware of any other locations this gentleman has.
Council, other comments, questions? Okay. We will move into the public hearing. Reminder, this is a special use, so it's quasi-judicial. We have to stick to questions that are factual as it relates to zoning, as it relates to the business. We unfortunately are not able to get into opinion-based testimony. So with that, I will open the public hearing for SU 1224, a retail sales establishment on Highway 70. Anyone to come forward for SU 1224, please come forward and be sworn in by the clerk.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Wasn't aware of this, hadn't planned to speak about it, but just have to really kind of pose the question for everyone to consider and deciding to move forward or not on this. Given that tobacco use strains people's tight budgets, taxes, insurance companies, and ends a lot of people's lives prematurely, 6 to 8 years on average. I'm not aware of anyone who benefits from tobacco usage other than bee sting victims and undertakers. So I would just encourage council to take that into consideration. I don't think there's a shortage of places where people can buy that addictive poison.
Sir, I apologize. If
Yes.
you would, please state your name for the
Oh,
record.
certainly. Carl Landgren, live in Grantham.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. Is there anyone else to come forward and speak for SU 1224? Third and final call. This is a public hearing for item G under the agenda is SU 1224. Anyone to come forward and speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Helmer, if you would come back up just in case. Council, any comments, questions, things that we'd like to ask, even if it's procedural in nature?
I do have one question.
Councilman White, please.
Just to piggyback off Councilwoman Taylor, I'm sorry. In our ordinance, when it comes to putting in these applications, shouldn't we look at the background of the business owners going forward? I know we don't have it in there now, but this is a procedural thing, because I just don't want us to continue to open businesses by people who are having bad business practices that we're having to action now already. So I just think going forward, I think we should look at that as a council, to put something in our ordinances, to have some type of background check or something. And background check might not be the right word, but I'm just saying something where we check the business practices if there's already a business.
Understood. And Councilwoman Taylor?
You mean like maybe a question on the application, do you own, or
Right.
do you operate other businesses in the city?
Right.
No.
I would just caution the council that those items would be discriminatory.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And in effect aren't allowed. The statute sets out specifically, and that's why you have the full requirements to answer today, as to whether or not you issue a special use permit. Law sets out those requirements, and that's what you have to follow. You have concerns, but unfortunately, if those concerns are considered as part of the decision, then they're not going to be based upon what the statute says is to be considered, which are those 4 or 5.
Oh, no, I'm not, I don't get me wrong, I'm not going to do anything on this here. I'm saying after this, going forward.
And I was just, for clarification, I was just saying for their application process, not for ours.
All right, council, points certainly taken. Any other factual or specific questions about the application or about the ordinances or about the land use plan, anything like that? All right, so with that, we'll move forward with the motion. Mr. Elliott, feel free to be seated. This will take just a few moments.
Mayor, if I could just remind you again,
Please.
please, opinion testimony on a case like this situation, with regard to
Right.
a witness to testify, that's something that cannot be considered either.
Right.
Factual bases,
Right.
analysis, observations, those things can, but about smoking in general and bad for health.
Right.
I just caution the council to use that as a basis as you go through
Right.
the 4 questions, which is a good concern.
Right.
Okay, but again, following what the statute says.
And we can in a general zoning or in other
That's
things,
correct.
but in
It's
these
a
special use quasi judicial hearings, because it already says that it's what we're deciding right now is, does it fit within what the zoning says it is?
That's correct.
We're not saying is it in general good or bad. We're saying does it fit within what the zoning says it is, which is a very narrow question. So with that,
Could I ask one more
yes,
question,
ma'am,
Mayor?
Councilwoman Weeks.
I wanted to ask one more question to him.
Please.
On this particular zoning, is he required to upgrade the landscaping like we require bushes, trees, that kind of thing? Will this participant have to upgrade the landscaping there?
Well, if the property's been vacant longer than 6 months, yes.
Yes, and it has been.
And we would evaluate that when he applies for a business permit, and then at that time, yeah, he would. It would
So it's
trigger
definitely been
landscaping.
vacant longer
Yeah.
than 6 months.
Okay.
All right, so we'll move into the motions. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety, or a motion to the contrary?
I make a motion that this use will materially endanger the public health or safety.
All right, a motion has been made that the use would materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there a second?
I'm going to make a second.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
I'll make a second.
All right. Motion has been made and properly seconded. that the use would materially endanger the public health and safety. Is there any debate on this motion?
Just a question.
Yes.
Am I in
Councilman.
order to ask a question at this
You are.
stage?
You
Okay.
can.
Am I missing something? I mean, this was a request within for a retail use in the GB zoning, right? And there was no other attachment to it?
Mr. Chairman.
It's the property is in the airport business zoning district, which is an equivalent to the general business district. However, it's in a safety, it's in that danger, forget the exact terminology, it's airport safety zone. So it's airport business is the zoning district, yes.
Can you give us some examples, and this may be a question for the attorney, but I know both of y'all are very knowledgeable about this. The question of will something materially endanger the public health and safety, is it talking, can you give us some examples, some guidance of how case law has interpreted that, if there's anything available?
I'd say any use that could be construed as creating adverse impacts on adjacent property owners is an example.
Okay.
Say this use was had a shared driveway, or parking was backing out into the state highway. Those are physical, constraints of the site that could create adverse impacts on adjacent properties. Or say there are large groups of gatherings that are loud activity adjacent to residential, could be construed as adverse impacts on adjacent properties.
But that's number two. I was talking about number one. The use would or would not materially endanger the public health or safety.
For clarification, it is a shared driveway, correct, with Wilbur's Barbecue?
This property actually has, two driveways, with the driveway to the left being a shared driveway.
It is a shared driveway.
Attorney Lawrence, do you have any guidance for us on when you're getting into the public health or safety? Can you give us any guidance on how to interpret that?
The guidance with regards to that question is materially endangered, not.
Every time.
The question is, was it materially in danger, not might it endanger, could it possibly endanger?
Right.
So materially in danger, you are looking at activities taking place on the property itself that could endanger others in adjacent property.
Right.
The circumstance like this, you're going to have to do the analysis.
Sure.
But an example would be a demolition facility.
Right.
Next to it that could possibly endanger the adjacent property or persons.
Right.
I think to that extent is where you have to analyze it as far as being material in danger. Right. My analysis of something like this would be, it doesn't rise to a level of material endangering the neighbors or adjacent property.
Right. Right, Tim?
So, whereas I understand that, Attorney Lawrence, and I just did a simple Google search with CDC about what public health is. So, in my opinion, if we're going to use one word, we need to break down all the words. And I strongly feel public health, the science of protecting and improving the health of people and their communities. So, I get the word materially, and I will withdraw my motion, but I do plan to deny all of these because I do think that we do not need another vape shop in Goldsboro. There are almost one on every block. So I will withdraw my motion that says the use will materially endanger the public health or safety. I will withdraw that motion.
I was not getting ready to ask you to. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew exactly what we were voting on and why. So
yeah, it's okay. I think it'll make it simple if we just follow them as they are written. But I do not agree with these.
All right. So your motion is withdrawn? Okay. So returning to motion number one, is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety, or the contrary, that it would? Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety, or the opposite, that it would materially endanger the health or public safety? We have to get one on the floor and move through this one.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Councilwoman?
I just think that it will.
Then make the motion.
Because
It's okay.
The motion was already made. I do think that it will endanger the public. It
Okay.
will it is an endangerment.
Okay.
Because it's sharing a driveway with a family restaurant with kids, children, families, right? Sharing the same driveway, the same area. That was my concern, why I had said it was a public safety.
And children that may be there that have asthma or lung problems, they're going to get even sicker. I've gone in several schools talking about what vaping does.
Especially if they're selling
We
bread.
need, right now, there's not currently a motion. Oh, Councilman Boyette. Well, I skipped you, I apologize.
I didn't anticipate this particular public hearing for this request going that way. In all my years of, I don't have any involvement in this whatsoever, and this is the first I was technically aware of it. But in all my years of planning, we're not up here supposed to be dictating what we'd like to see go in a particular place as long as it's properly zoned and approved. I mean, that would be like saying we don't want any more of this type business or that type business, which we see constantly being said on social media, but that's not our position up here. Our position is to make a decision, is this allowed within the confines of the rules as they are. I don't see someone operating a retail business to be endangering the public health. I've never patronized this business. If you guys are saying that it's a smoke shop, I don't go to those businesses. I personally wouldn't be patronizing one, but it's not up to us to say what somebody should do. If we feel like that we don't want to see something like that, then we should, as a group, try to, with the guidance of our attorney, to change an ordinance to prevent that particular use from being available. But I've not heard anything that would allow us the freedom to deny this application, especially with it being quasi-judicial. I mean, that's the purpose for that, is to keep everybody on track. And I'm just looking at it from a planning perspective. Somebody's wanting to open a retail business here. Is it allowed? And we approve it. If something happens there that's not supposed to be happening, then law enforcement and code enforcement is supposed to handle that kind of stuff. I don't have an opinion other than just trying to do what is laid out in front of us.
Prince Tim, and then Councilwoman Jones.
With all due respect, quite the contrary. I am here to make those type of decisions. And I think that the system that's already in place could stand to use a little facelift, in my opinion. Because the truth of the matter is, I think I have all the authority and rights to say, I don't think this is a good fit for our community. I think that we have a multitude of these things. I can go on almost every corner in Goldsboro and get access to this and see this exact type shop. So I think at this point, and I definitely agree, the questions are the questions, but I think we all too can vote our conscience and vote our heart. And my interpretation of this here, even based on what the attorney said, is I can't look at one word. I want to look at all of those words, and I do in fact feel that it's just not a good fit for the location, for the area, and considering we have a number of them at any place. You can just turn around and point, and you'll probably be pointing at a vape shop. So I, in fact, am here to make those type of decisions for my community.
Councilwoman Jones.
Well, I agree with this, but I also have to say that we have to set a precedent. So whenever we're looking at other businesses like this, we're going to have to make sure that we make the same decision. That's all I'm saying to the council. Does that make sense?
It does. Councilman?
Should we look into revising our ordinance in a manner that will restrict these type of uses moving forward? Because again, my personal opinion, if someone's wanting to open a retail shop or whatever it is, and they're abiding by our ordinance, I mean, we're opening ourselves up to legal action if we say, well, we don't want that there, but yet it fits the criteria. Maybe we should look into revising our ordinance moving forward to try to regulate these, the same as we've had to do over the years with the internet gambling places that we've adopted and adjusted ordinance to regulate that sort of stuff. But the one that's in front of us, I have serious reservations about not approving it because it fits the. I mean, can we table it and then revise the ordinance? I mean, I don't know. I'm not an attorney, but
You can't table this because it's already been applied.
yeah. So I mean,
You say
I don't
because
see
it doesn't fit, but we've asked questions based on personal convictions, like, question number 2 says, will it substantially injure the adjoining property? Well, I'm basing my decision on the adjoining property, what is there. Is this a good fit? So why would we be chastised for making a decision based on our personal convictions of, will this be a great fit for that restaurant next door to a restaurant, a family-friendly children restaurant? So we're answering the questions based on what we think. It's not saying that this is not, we're looking at what will be a good fit here.
Well,
I'm going to pause just for a second. I do want every council member to be able to vote, and through that vote express their opinion on if something is not or is. And to some degree, each of us has to interpret these words in the best of our ability. It may differ slightly from others, and that's okay. We can look at an ordinance change, but that's going to be for another night. Where we are right now, just bringing this back together, there was a motion made that was withdrawn. We need a motion either that it will or will not, and let's put this thing to a vote and move to the next motion.
If I could just remind you, Mayor, it does have to pass all 4.
Right.
That's correct.
So if there's one of the 3 that don't pass,
right,
but you have to go through each one and
right.
either vote or not vote, and then if one of those fails, then the special use is not issued.
And further, there may be some of these that individuals vote for, and others that folks vote against.
Correct.
And then at the end of it, there may be a different 4 that votes in favor of 2 than a different 4 that votes in favor of 4. That's the nature of these things. That's why there's 4 different motions. All I want to do is I just don't want to let us get mired down anymore. There's an application in front of us. The ordinance that we have to use to assess it is the ordinance that's in place. There's not currently a motion on the floor. I'd like to get a motion on the floor that it will or will not, so we can get through motion number 1 and then continue moving. Councilman Boyd.
just a question and a comment. I'm not championing this request because I'm just championing proper procedure. But does it say anywhere in the application what this particular, that I've overlooked, what this particular use is other than a retail establishment?
Mr. Helmer, if you would come up and answer that one.
Yes, the applicant did mention in the proposed use on his application, he said vapes.
Okay.
All right.
And Mayor,
continue.
Just, I've never been in one before, but I'm assuming you walk in and you purchase something and you walk out with it. I mean, it is a retail establishment. Okay.
All right, council. We need to. All right. How about I do something a little bit different so they keep asking the same thing. Motion number 4 is, and I'll work my way back up to the top because this one's a little bit easier, or a little not easier. This one's a little bit more direct. Is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan? Just asking that one specific question, then we'll work our way back 3, 2, and 1. Is there a motion that the use would be in general, would or would not be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan?
I make a motion that it is will be in the general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan that he just said.
All right. There's a motion's been made, and there's a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. We're voting specifically on a motion that the use would be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's Comprehensive Land Use Plan. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. I will move up to number 3. Is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located, or the opposite, that it would not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area?
I'd like to make a motion that the use will not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located.
All right, a motion has been made that the use would not be in harmony. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded that the use would not be in harmony with existing development. Is there any further debate or discussion on this motion? All right.
Question.
Yes.
Is there, I'm trying to pull up, where's the closest other, I know there's a, on one side is the restaurant, on the other side is the car, is it the mobile home place?
Mark, do you mind, or Mr. Helmer, do you mind coming up if you can rattle off the top of your head?
I saw the application in there. Let's see if it's been misplaced in the agenda. Yes.
Because that might be a,
No, you're fine. No, you asked a completely valid question. Was asked.
Yeah,
path
actually,
there if
the
there's no
application
other
in there,
retail
but-
around.
Unless it's misplaced. But he did clearly state in the application that he was doing retail sales of tobacco or a vape store, basically, is what he said in his written application.
All right.
So on the left of him is Wilbur's Barbecue, and on the right of him would be the mobile home park, correct? The mobile home lot?
Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, so to the north you have the mobile home sales, and to the southeast you have Wilbur's restaurant. Yeah.
All right.
Well, that could be a path there with the fact that this is retail and there's not retail on either side, but there's other retail there with the mobile home parts dealership, that store there. There and across this road, there's retail.
The motion on the table is that it is not in use, and that motion was seconded. The question there's of course Country View Western store a little bit farther down. There's the auto retail store a little bit further down. Across the street, there's a tattoo parlor. There's Eli's, the kennel. There are other things that are over there. I think Mark, if that, or Mr. Helmer, if that's an accurate statement. Yeah. All right. So the motion on the table is that the use would not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located. There has been debate. Is there any further debate on that motion? All right. All in favor that the use will not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located, please raise your hand. We have all opposed, same sign. All right. Motion passes. So the use is, the motion passes that it is not in harmony with existing. All right. We'll move to motion number 2. Is there a motion that the use will not injure, is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property? Or the opposite, that it would substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property? All right, we move to motion number 2. Is there a motion that the use will or will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
Again, I'm basing my decision on the restaurant. I make a motion that the use will substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property.
Okay. A motion has been made that the use would substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been made and properly seconded that the use would substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor that the use will substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property, please raise your hand. All right. All right. All opposed? Same sign. Okay. Motion passes. The motion passes that the use would substantially injure. All right. And then back to motion number 1. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety, or the opposite, that it would materially endanger the health or public safety? I do need a motion. Is there a motion that the use will or will not materially endanger the public health or safety? I do need a motion one way or another. Is there a motion that the use will or will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
A motion that the use will materially endanger the public health or safety.
All right, a motion has been made that the use would materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Motion has been made and seconded that the use would materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor that the use would materially endanger the public health or safety, please raise your hand. All opposed? Same sign? All right. Motion passes that the use would materially endanger. Special use 1224 is not granted.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilman.
could I, or maybe we get consensus that we would like for the staff to look at adjusting our existing ordinance requirement so that we have some regulation on this particular type of use to prevent this sort of situation from happening if we as a council, as a majority, feel that we would like to see tighter regulation on this particular use?
I think so. What I'll do is I'll direct the manager to reach out to council and get some feedback on that, because again, this being largely unanimous that this particular use is something that needs to be looked at within the city. We'll have that conversation.
And I completely agree with that. I had issue with how it fits in this particular piece, but I'd like to see some consensus and regulation on that as well.
With that, that concludes SU 1224. The special use permit is not granted. We'll move to item H, which is SU 1224. Mr. Helm.
1324.
What did I say? 12.
You said 12.
Yeah, we've already done that one. We don't want to do that one again.
No.
The next case is SU 1324, William Stephen Moore, who is requesting a special use permit for the establishment of a contractor's office with storage yard on a property at 706 North William Street. The property and the applicant is one and the same. This property is within a general business zoning district, and the future land use plan does designate this property for suitable for commercial endeavors. The applicant's tenant specializes in aerial and underground utility construction for internet service providers. Storage of outside material and equipment is necessary for the operation of the business. The applicant is proposing an 8-foot high opaque chain link fence, which is proposed to be built in the rear of the site to ensure compliance with the city's Unified Development Ordinance, Section 5.5.4, Special Use Specific Regulations. Access to the outside storage area will be through the principal building and through a gated fence in the rear. The standards for outdoor storage include that all outdoor storage areas shall be located in the rear and side of the principal structure. The entire outdoor storage area shall be closed by 8-foot high solid fence setback from the adjoining property line as required by Section 6.39 of this code. Height of the fence may be reduced to 6 feet if the applicant provides evidence and written confirmation to the planning director that the items proposed to be stored will not exceed 5 feet in height. No loading or unloading of the material shall occur outside of the fenced area, and material shall be stacked to be visible from any, not to be visible from any public right of way. The adjacent, here's the map of the project that shows the property being zoned for general business. Again, this property is 706 North William Street, located just a few hundred feet from the intersection of East Holly Street. The adjacent properties are primarily commercial in nature, with the exception of some industrial property immediately across North William Street. All those uses are retail in nature. The city's land use plan located this parcel within the commercial land use designation. The general business district is a corresponding zoning district for the commercial land use designation. This is actually the future land use plan that shows the property being the future land use plan identifying this property as being suitable for commercial endeavors. And then if you look at the area in blue towards the back there's a lighter shaded area there. That would actually be the area where the outdoor storage would be, the fence would be constructed, and that area could then be used for storage. Planning staff recommends approval of SU 13-24 in accordance with the finding of facts for a special use permit to allow for a contractor's office with outdoor storage on property located within the general business district. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. I believe the applicant is here as well. So,
all right. Council, any comments or questions on SU 1324 for Mr. Hillman? All right, hearing none, we'll go into the public hearing. Anyone that wishes to come forward to speak, this is now the public hearing for SU 1324. It's item H on our agenda. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak, please come and be sworn in by the clerk. Welcome.
Thank you.
And if you would, state your names for the record and then any testimony you wish to offer.
Steve Moore. Paul McCauley.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of council, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a lifelong resident of Goldsboro, and I'm an entrepreneur and a businessman for about 40 years. This particular property is the old Coastline Service Center building. Brownie worked on many rods and reels and trolling motors and stuff there. This is my grandparents' property. They started in business there in 1917, and slowly but surely I've kept acquiring some of this property to put the whole home place back together. And Paul, who's with me tonight, is the regional manager with TRC, and so what we want to do is we want to lease this property to TRC and give the proper screening in the back with the 8-foot high fence and everything, so that public view will not be looking at reels of cable and the things that they do. They actually don't do much of anything on premise, but I'll let him talk about, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but most of their work is done for like the city of Goldsboro and different towns and different communities and stuff installing, but just wanted to take a moment to enlighten you and expand a little bit on what our mission is. We always want to be a good steward of this community, and we want to follow all the rules. As my wife always says, we're rule followers.
Well, thank you, Steve. So what TRC Construction does is your basic aerial and underground utilities construction. Our specialty is fiber optic communication. We will build aerial networks, underground networks, Spectrum's one of our biggest customers. We work with any other service providers, specifically any other municipalities. So sometimes we'll have to store materials temporarily for larger products or larger projects. So we never have a specific amount of material. It's come and go. At the moment, I might have 6 rolls of material, and then next week, one of my subs will pick it up, and then it's gone. We try our best to keep a very clean and professional appearance. Right now, we're set up in Goldsboro, right next door at 708 North William Street, and we do our best to be good tenants, and hopefully, Mr. Steve here. But that's what we do. Try to be good residents of Goldsboro, and thank you. Any questions? Sorry.
None at this time. If council has any questions, we're able to bring you back up if we get there.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to come forward and speak for SU 1324, please come forward and be sworn in by the clerk. Last and final call. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak, this is a public hearing for SU 1324. If desiring to speak, please come forward and be sworn in by the clerk. All right. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing. Council, any comments, questions for Mr. Helmer or in general? All right. Hearing none, we're discussing SU 1324. We need to move into the motions. I'll begin with motion number 1. Is there a motion that the use will or will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
I make a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety.
Second.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded that the use would not materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Motion number 2, is there a motion that the use will not or will substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
I make a motion that it will not.
All right. A motion has been made that the use would not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Is there a second?
I'll make a second.
All right. Motion has been made and properly seconded that the use would not substantially injure. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Motion number 3, is there a motion that the use will or will not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located?
I'll make a motion that it will be.
Okay. A motion has been made that the use will be in harmony with existing development. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion's been made and properly seconded. The use will be in harmony. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. And lastly, is there a motion that the use will or will not be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan?
I make a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan.
All right, a motion has been made that the use will be in general conformity with. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been made and properly seconded that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. SU 1324 is granted. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, our last public hearing for the evening is zoning. It is item I on our agenda. It is Z424. Mr. Helmer, if you would, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This case is Z424 Monty Lockamy for the Rosewood Outdoor Power Equipment and Supply project to be located at 1900 block of US 70 High.
Blame the IT guy.
So the owner is the John Compton Family LLC. Monty Lockamy is the the applicant. The request is to rezone from R16 to B3 GB conditional zoning district. The future land use plan identifies this property as being suitable for medium-density residential, and the request is to change the zoning for the subject property from R16 to general business conditional zoning, limiting the property to retail sales of outdoor power equipment for sale, service, and repair with outdoor storage. Per GS 160D-102, conditional zoning request is a legislative zoning map amendment with site-specific conditions incorporated into the zoning map amendment. Should the applicant deviate from the minimum requirements of the proposed general business conditional zoning district, that is the plan that is a part of this request, those deviations shall be identified on the concept plan for council approval. So what that's basically saying is any deviations from above or below minimum standards, it has to be noted on the plan. And in this case, there are a couple deviations I'll like to make note of. So just to show you the map first, so this property is located outside the corporate limits in RETJ. It's currently zoned R16. It's the entire property is being requested to be rezoned to a GB conditional zoning. The actual project that is being looked at tonight is a portion of this property being rezoned, and it's the very corner portion. So the entire property is being rezoned to conditional zoning. So any additional projects on this property would have to come back to council for rezoning to get those site plans approved. So a couple of features of the property is, already mentioned, it's an ETJ. To the south, there is a blue line stream running through there with riparian buffer requirements. The access to the site's a little tricky. More than likely, DOT will be requiring turn lanes into the site, possibly onto Carolina Circle prior to, if you're heading east, and then possibly again on the other side of Carolina Circle, if the applicant will have to respond to NCDOT comments concerning that. So the adjacent land uses, essentially there is some general business immediately across the street, as well as some industrial. I believe there's a concrete plant or an asphalt plant, recycling plant across the street. And then immediately to the east and west of this property and into the rear is primarily commercial, residential properties. The site plan, access to the site, well, let me show you the site plan first. So in your packet is this plan here. If you would, please note that on the far right, there is a septic tank due to the fact that city sewer is not available at this site. So the approval would be, the approval of this plan would be basically a condition of the plan would be that they receive environmental health approval from the county prior to the city issuing any kind of building permits for this. So they'll have to sort that out. Access will be from Carolina Circle. There are two buildings proposed on the property. Parking is based on one parking space per 500 square feet. They will be providing 24, which is the minimum. They will be providing handicap ramps and parking. Lighting plan is yet to be submitted, but they will have to submit one prior to final site approval. They are providing cross-access to the portion of the remainder of the property, so that property will have another way in and out. The site, I've already mentioned, the site's in the 1 mile ETJ. The landscaping does meet minimum standards. However, the site has exceeded minimums when it comes to the area that they're going to be used for storing, outdoor storage area. At the request of staff, they have moved that area further back from the right-of-way. They have, they've also, besides just putting a privacy fence around the property, they've also are doing landscaping as well. So they've exceeded minimum standards there. So this particular plan doesn't show it, but it does show the storage yard. The landscape plan that's in your packet actually shows the storage area being surrounded by landscaping. So, although the city's comprehensive land use plan recommends medium-density residential, the proposed conditional zoning would be compatible with the surrounding zoning patterns and land uses, given the fact that this is a highly traveled corridor leading into the city from the west. So the parcel is currently utilized for agricultural-related purposes. The proposed site is located in an area with access to major highway transportation network. The proposed conditional zoning would limit the property to retail sales of outdoor equipment unless they get additional approvals from council. Or any major changes to this plan would also trigger council re-review. The proposed conditional zoning rezoning is consistent with the city's land use plan, as the property is identified for medium density is not consistent. The proposed conditional rezoning would be consistent with existing zoning patterns and compatible with the new commercial development in the area. That is correct. The city and other utility service providers will be able to provide sufficient public safety services at this location. The proposed conditional rezoning would not impair or injure the health safety of the public. Planning staff imposes a condition that the soil analysis be conducted and approved prior to installation of an on-site private sewer system. Planning staff has collaborated with the applicant and the developers of the project to discuss the merits of the submitted concept plan and impose conditions. All parties have mutually agreed that the proposed conditional rezoning is in conformance with the zoning requirements of the city of Goldsboro, and that the site-specific improvements will balance the interests of the landowner, developer, the neighborhood, and the public. Therefore, planning staff is recommending approval of the conditional rezoning based on the factors listed above and subject to the approved soil analysis for the installation of an on-site sewer disposal system for the site. That was a lot of information there. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, what questions do we have for our planning director?
I do have a question, sir.
Councilwoman, please.
Just for clarity, I'm a little bit confused. I'm in my mind trying to picture it, and I had rode by there a little bit. Which businesses are directly across from it?
There is a landscape
On site.
There's right across the street. There's a better picture back here, yeah, in the red area, that general business. That's a landscape contracting company. They provide hardscape material and landscape material.
The rocks and
Yeah,
the
it's called
stuff
on-site,
like,
yeah.
okay,
They-
so
the
I know,
koi
so it's
ponds
that
and stuff like that.
agricultural, okay.
Yes.
I 100% know where it is now, okay.
Right past the McDonald's.
Phew.
What is that sign?
And so
Yeah,
it's on
they have the
this,
sign,
it's
yeah.
on the other side. of the
Directly
street,
across
right
from
beside the
on-site.
West side,
neighborhoods.
about halfway to Rosewood Shopping.
Yeah, I know where, because there used to be that old pond there, right? That
think
has
so,
filled
yeah.
in.
I heard that,
Cobble's
yeah.
Pond.
So it's right beside a neighborhood.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're talking about now.
It's a big,
Phew, okay, I thought that's where it was, but I'm like, no,
right
there's,
before you get like Jackson Builder.
yeah, I'm 100% familiar where it is now. Thank you for just clarifying that for me.
All right, council, other comments, questions for Mr. Helmer? Then you will have another opportunity to ask the planning director further questions after the public hearing as well. All right, so with that, Mr. Helmer, thank you, sir. We will open the public hearing. This is now a public hearing for a zoning request. This is not a special use. This is not quasi judicial. You can just come up and state your name once recognized. But we are now in a public hearing for Z424. It is for Rosewood Outdoor Power Equipment and Supply located at the corner of US Highway 70 West and Carolina Circle. Second call, anyone wish, first call, please, come forward. And if you would, when you come up, just state your name, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
My name is Dorothy Burns, and I live at 2125 Carolina Circle. I have a number of concerns. I've lived there for 3 years. I'm 5 or 6 houses from the corner. There are accidents there. I don't have any statistics, but probably get them, about the accidents, because the cars that come over from Perkins Mill Road, you know, if they have that green light, they are booking it past. And I can't tell you the number of times that I've been closely rear-ended at that corner and take it really quick. The other concern is that Carolina Circle is a very narrow street. I have a small Honda car. If a vehicle is coming the other way from Carolina Circle, not from 70 the other way, I have to squeeze onto the grass. I can't imagine the impact of trucks, trailers, heavy equipment, and I heard you mention that there could possibly be an entrance to this place on Carolina Circle. I can't tell you how much that upsets me. That street is so tiny, and I think if they did some, I don't know if there's any regulations on how wide a street needs to be, but I can't imagine a big truck trying to pull in and me trying to get by. The other concern I have is, so this area that it would be R16 or whatever, across the street, there's that company that does rocks and whatever. So there's big trucks there. There is also a turnaround to go either way that is right across from there. So I've just seen many things happen in that area alone, and that would be right in front of that property. And if you have trucks and trailers coming out, you know, they're gonna go slow. The cars coming from Perkins Mill and that turnaround area, it would be extremely dangerous. And I think it would have a huge impact. And they're also building homes. I heard about 15 homes that is, there's a dirt path directly across from my house that leads up to the area that the homes are being built on. So in the immediate future, and I don't know how soon, there's going to be mega building up there. More trucks, more trailers, more equipment. I just think that the area is not, it's very densely populated, I think. I mean, it's pretty crushed because there's a street right after that. So then you have, if a car makes a turnaround at that thing in the middle of the road, they're usually going up that Brantwood Road that's right there. So they're going slow. So it's, to me, a cluster of odd-moving vehicles, fast and slow, and huge vehicles. And the area is very condensed.
Understood.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments.
Praying it doesn't go through.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
My name is Kenneth Bundy.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
My concern is putting in a sewer. And we got a little stream that runs off of a little river there, and it's going to be dumping into that. And there's an abundance of wildlife through that stream down there. And that's my main concern, is that and the traffic. Like she was saying, I live at 2115 also. It's going to be chaos. Like she said, she'd like to been hit several times. I've like to had several accidents, rear-end accidents, people coming over the hill from Perkins Mill, running the red light and flying down the road. So I don't think it'd be a good idea myself for it to be in that position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Joyce Joyner, and I also live on Carolina Circle. And it is a narrow street. Well, kind of what concerns me is on my side of the street, which would be the opposite side of Carolina Circle, that gas line is so huge, you had to have a step ladder to get down in it when they worked on it, you know. And I wonder if they know that gas line's there. it will be on the opposite side of the street. And other than that, we have a hard enough time trying to get off the 70 now to get down Carolina Street and getting out. I wondered if the highway would have us a turnoff because, you know, the traffic light's just a short ways up. But
Good questions.
I worry about that gas line. I didn't until I saw it. But anyway, I don't know if they would have any kind of equipment that might cause a fire.
Understood. Thank you.
I think I know most of you up on the board. I'm John Peacock. I think I grew up with most of you up there too as well. Mine's a little more technical. My mother-in-law lives at 2165 Carolina Circle. I'm ECU grad with the planning department. I'm actually a planner myself. And it's very non-conforming. There's nothing conforming about this property at all. Nothing against commercial growth at all. But he did misstate, there is no commercial to the rear of this at all. It's all, it's surrounded by residential. In fact, Nolan contractors will be building probably about 30 to 40 homes in the back there. It's a beautiful spot. I thought years ago, if I had the money, I would have done it myself because there's a natural flow through there to the other side, right? And what you have there is happening now in that area is like a kind of rejuvenation of the community. Younger couples are buying these homes, right? And they're kind of redoing the homes. My wife and I's first home was on Brentwood. Now, you will not see a lane being put there at Carolina Circle. We actually petitioned that years ago. We got the one up at Brentwood at our house, which was kind of nice for us. But the way it lays out, according to friends of mine at DOT, you can petition all you want to. The way it comes across that peak, and there's a very large ditch that's there that rolls into the drainage into the system. They will not put a turn lane there. We tried forever to get one there. Now, speaking of the Blue Line Ditch, which I also used to work for the USDA myself, I don't know how you're going to put a septic tank system there that's large enough for capacity that's not going to flow down into that which used to be Coggles Pond, which is beautiful. I agree with commercial growth. I am 100% behind that, but when it's non-conforming where it doesn't need to go, I can show you my map as well compared to what he showed you. I've got everything he's got right there, and everything around that is all residential and more to come because that person didn't buy 49 acres, just let it sit there. And it's a large group out of Jacksonville who I'll be meeting with shortly to figure out what they're doing with that in that area. I'm hoping it's homes and not just apartments. Either way, there are more residents coming to that area. And if it's 49 acres that's there now, it could be 60 to 70 homes, or it could be a large apartment complex that could hold even more people. So when you add more, the congestion, it does concern me too about the appearance when you're driving into Goldsboro. I'm born and raised in Goldsboro. I grew up here. I went to school with all you guys that are up there, right? And the thing is this, I used to love seeing Coggles Pond when I drove into Goldsboro. Not that it would be, it actually wouldn't be, beautiful with the commercial side, but to have beautiful homes there. And I love the Compton family too. They're also friends of mine. I hate the fact they've been trying to sell this property for a long time. They finally sold the back. And my view is now, once those homes start going up, someone will probably buy that property up front to build a nice home on. So thank you. So think wisely about this. Appreciate it.
Is there anyone else to come forward and speak on Z424?
My name is Aaron Bone. I'm actually the sales manager at Rosewood Outdoor, and we have been in contact with Mr. Helmer for going on about 7-8 months now, and have actually been in contact with the DOT, and the DOT has recommended a plan to put a turn lane in place there and across the front of the property. They were the ones that actually recommended us using Carolina Circle as our entrance. We are a growing business. We are currently located beside the middle school in Rosewood, and we are out of space. I mean, we're on 3/4 of an acre. Anybody been there, we know we are growing. We want to give back to the community continuously, but we need space to continue to grow. There's nothing else, in this area. I mean, we don't have the, finances to be able to go and compete with Wawa and, places up there. I mean, there's a place up there that they want $1.5 million for a half acre. We can't do it. So we've done everything with the city through the planning department, the DOT, B.R. Carnegie. I mean, all these, we've gone through, tried to, go through all these steps, and we understand the neighborhood, but we also want to, do what is right by the city, by the DOT to, because I know he said they petitioned, the DOT and they wouldn't do it. DOT is actually saying, put a turn lane in. It's at our expense, because we also understand that Nolan is going to build houses back there. Well, he has decided, and we were told he was going to use 70. Now we've been told he's going to enter off of O'Berry. So all that traffic's going to be on the back side, not on the front side. So we're trying. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to come forward for Z424? Last and final call, those to come forward for Z424. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Helmer, if you would please come back up. So where we are right now, and then I'll yield to council for questions. Where we are right now is on the zoning request, and so things like and you and I haven't really discussed this particular parcel, but things like the traffic impact analysis, things like the conversation with DOT or potential site plan. Where are we in that? What else would?
So the project has requested review by NCDOT, and I've spoken with NCDOT myself. They did verify that the project will probably have to put in one turn lane prior to approaching Carolina Circle from the east, and possibly another one on the other side of past Carolina Circle on the right. So potentially they could add two. Nothing was said about the width of Carolina Circle, but obviously it's a DOT maintained street. So if they feel that the street is narrow, they will require the project to make improvements there. That I did not hear that in my discussions with the district engineer, but maybe it was just not not perceived as a talking point at that particular time. But I can see them doing that, requiring them to widen that road there. So.
And as always, and then I'm going to allow council to go through its questions. I know there's going to be a lot. Things like the turning lane. At what point in the overall development of the site do things like the turning lanes have to happen? Is that something that can happen after they've been open a while?
They would probably have to put the turn lane in prior to a subdivision of the property, which would be required prior to site plan approval and construction. So they'll have to, they're actually proposing 3 different lots there, and that subdivision. Well, I mean, with DOT, just the development of the site could trigger it, but, they're also going to be subdividing that property with 2 other commercial properties potentially there. So, so DOT obviously makes that call. Not sure what their criteria is, but it's not necessarily based on traffic count. It's probably more of a safety thing. Like the gentleman said, you come over the crest of that hill, you need a decel lane there. To safely slow down to take the turn onto Carolina Circle. So that's probably what's driving that. This is a low traffic generating type use. So the numbers probably would not justify the turn lane on its own, but the safety factor probably has pushed it over the threshold, thus requiring a turn lane.
And so turning lanes would have to be put in before, certainly
correct,
before certificate of occupancy was issued.
Yeah. But ultimately it is DOT's right away. So.
Okay. Council, what comments and questions do we have for our planning director? Councilwoman Jones and then Councilman Boyette, and then I'll work my way down the dais. Okay.
Listening to everything, is there any way that we can delay this until we find out what needs to be done? I mean, for me, I've listened to everyone, and I don't feel comfortable making a decision or answering any of these questions that you're going to ask. So I'm just wondering if we could delay this. Can it be delayed until DOT, other things get in place, see what we need to do?
We do have the ability to table I want to give everyone, I want to go through the questions,
okay.
but in the end, we absolutely, someone can make a motion to table, and if that's the will of the council, we can definitely table it. That is an option. Unless I'm completely off.
No, you're correct. You
Okay.
just need direction on what it is that you want to,
But
if
what it
you
is we
table
want
it,
to
what
look
is
for.
it that we need to do to help answer the questions?
We want to continue to a date certain, so she doesn't have to re-advertise for public hearing.
Correct.
Well, I closed the public hearing, so now.
Yeah, but you would, because you're tabling it or continuing it, though,
Okay.
you continue to a date certain.
Sure, understood. All right, Councilman?
The planning commission recommended unanimously to approve
That
this
is correct, Jim.
after they took all of the information
Yes.
under consideration. I'm okay with tabling it for further discussion if that's what, if we can't get a vote on it. I mean, this is low use, low impact commercial development on a commercial highway. I don't see much room for denying this project based on what was put forth and unanimously considered and approved by the planning commission. But if the council wants to table it until further information could be gathered from DOT or something, I sort of understand the things he's saying, that the traffic's not going to be an impact as much as the safety would be for the reason for a turn lane or whatever. But this would be an ideal opportunity to see that piece of property developed and improve the.
Have you actually rode out there, Mr. Council?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the
Yeah.
businesses across the street,
Yeah.
and so, and that area out there.
So there is no commercial businesses on that side, though. If you've ridden out there, because I grew up some in that neighborhood, it's all residential. It's small children. It's riding your golf carts up and down that street. It's riding your scooters up and down that street. There
Not
is
down
no
the US
commercial.
70 highway, that's a
Where this piece
commercial
of property,
corridor.
where this piece of property is located, I'm extremely familiar with it. It's all residential.
I don't want to get into a back and forth. If you'll,
Can I
I'll yield.
continue?
Yeah, yes, you may, and then I'll yield the floor to Councilwoman Weeks for any sort of response.
I'll just conclude. I just wanted to confirm that it was a unanimous decision by the planning commission, and we have to be mindful. Well, no, then that's putting words in my other council members. Let me retract that. I am mindful of how my vote is perceived as it relates to commercial development and growing our tax base, and and the fact that I have said on multiple occasions over the years that I want to be perceived as pro-business, pro-development, and is there a way to do something? Well, let's see if there's a way to make it happen, so that our answer can be either yes or let me see if we can make it yes, not just no for development. That's my personal thoughts. And only my personal thoughts. I'm not putting words in other people's mouth. But if there's a way to make use of this property, and one more question, if this property, could that particular section be developed residentially with no sewer? I mean, was enough of it to make use of it as residential, or is this being looked at for this use because
I'm not sure, but they would have to, of course, it would have to be suitable soils to put any kind of, and then it would be low-density residential.
I just would have a lot of reservation personally of telling a low-impact, low-use commercial business they couldn't be on a commercial highway. Me personally, based on my years of planning and understanding that kind of stuff. I'll follow whatever guidance the majority of the council wants to do so far as tabling or voting on it or whatever.
All right. Councilwoman Weeks, the floor is yours.
No, I was just going to tell him I'm pro-business, pro-development, pro all of that too, but I'm also pro-people and pro-family as well. And so I'm looking at all of it before I make a decision.
Understood. Any other comments or questions from council? All right. So we need, this ultimately is the zoning piece. Mr. Helmer, if you would please talk us through the step that we're at right now, which is the potential zoning change. when would it come back to council for site plan? When would it come back to council for the next steps?
Okay, so the conditional zoning, the site plan is a part of the zoning. The actual site plan is the condition of this custom zoning district that is being proposed at this location. However, there's additional property that's included in this rezoning that is not part of the site plan. When the properties come back to do additional development on this site, they will be required to come back to council for another rezoning.
Okay. So council, we have a decision to make. We either need to have a motion to table this until our July meeting, or we need to have a motion that based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, we either do or do not adopt the ordinance. So, council, I need a motion in one direction. Obviously, a few moments ago, there was the discussion of a potential table. Councilwoman Jones, would you like to make that motion?
Yes, I move that we table this particular item.
Okay.
I second it.
All right, a motion has been made and properly seconded to table this to the, may I insert to our July meeting so that we can address it at the next meeting, July 15th. So council, or motion has been made and properly seconded to table Z424 to our July 15th, right, to our July 15th meeting and bring it back up at that time. Is there any discussion on that motion? Councilwoman, or sorry, Pro Tem.
It's okay. I'm good with tabling it. I do think that we should identify what our areas of concern are so that if we have any questions, they can try to get those questions answered before that July meeting.
Certainly good counsel, good point. The points that I've heard, and I want council to respond if I miss any, I've heard traffic and the turning lanes. I heard water or perk, they're going to be able to do it as a septic system. And really, those are the only 2 points. Mr. Helmer, am I correct on that? Did I?
Yes.
Okay.
So, please, council, staff can request that the applicant, if you decide to table it, we can request the applicant to show DOT driveway improvements on the site plan.
Okay.
And also, private soil scientist can evaluate the entire site for suitability for septic.
Is that something that is going to happen at some point anyway?
It would, but if you want the answers to your questions, like next month, we could ask the applicant to.
This, we'll see, because again, I'm not trying to force additional costs on an applicant for something that is in limbo. But if there is a way that a topographical or something can be shown about the septic system, I think that would certainly put council's mind at ease. Council, is there anything else, Councilwoman?
There was one more question for me. I was wondering, could you confirm for us what that other property was indeed going to be used for? Was it going to be used for residential, for the apartments and the houses?
Didn't disclose that. That may be a question for the applicant. I mean, I don't know. But it will be zoned a general business conditional zoning. So, and so generally speaking, if it's zone commercial, it'll probably be commercial, even though it will require them to come back to get your blessing prior to us approving the plan.
All right, Councilman, the floor is yours.
Something else that could be put forth in consideration back to us to consider when this is brought back for other questions with regard to impact. If this was to be denied, if that was the council's will, and it was to be denied, and then this property was to be redeveloped for residential use instead of commercial use, then I would like to know the answer to this question. I'm thinking in my mind that there'd be more traffic impact if this was developed with multiple residential units than it would be a low impact business use. So far as the impact to the area and the local residents and the citizens there, the impact may very well be less with the proposed development than it would if we denied and it ends up being residential. I don't know the answer to that, but that's certainly something we could reasonably want to know the answer to.
Because when it goes back up for free market, it could come back to us as an apartment complex. There's a lot of things that could come back to council. Are there other specific questions that we would like our planning director and our interim manager to resolve for us so we can finish this in July? All right. Hearing none, the motion has been made and properly seconded. Debate has occurred on the motion to table. All in favor of the motion to table, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Z424 is tabled to our July 15th. Yeah, Madam Clerk has told me that 18 times. So July 15th. All right. We will now move into our public comment period. We'll allow everyone those who are sliding out, to get on with their evenings. Have a safe night. Enjoy the rest of y'all's week. All right, we'll give our clerk just a moment to collect the sign-up roll and get back to her post, and then Madam Clerk, at your convenience, get us started.
Okay, just a second. I'm marking off the people who spoke at public hearings.
Take your time. So we officially open the public comment period. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Rodney Robinson is our first speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good evening. My name is Rodney Robinson. I'm a citizen here in Goldsboro, North Carolina. And today I am here in honor of the families that I serve, that I love, and that I cherish. So I'm going to call off some of the names again that we have lost here in the city of Goldsboro. Javon Langston, Vorteriage Sanders, Tyrone Hicklin, Christopher Faison, Elania Ebersol, Jamal Best, Vincent Carnegie, Ahmad Hooker, Kelvin Coley, Alexandra Thomas, Stephanie Smith, Aubrey Redden, Joyanna Pearsall, Patrick White, Michael Wimbush, Xavier Cortez, Maynard Vasquez, Rakeem Holloway, Cleveland Ward, Tavarjay Kelly, Jeffrey Williams, James Michael, Deshaunte Waters, Marcus Flo, Tangia Etheridge, Rashid Jackson, Kenneth Rayford, Costello Reese, Cassia DeVale, Eric Brooks, Tyshawn Geyer, Catherine McLeod, Keith Purcell, Montez Wilson, Naquan Carnegie, Carlos Benton, Darius Atkins, Jaleel Teachy, Jermaine Gregory, Terrence Drakeford, Shabazz Woods, Brianne Hash, Eric Covington, Carlos Darton, Terrell James, Molly Bridges, Carla Garcia, Desiante Bryant, William Darrell Braswell, Brandon Jones, Shaheem Rayford, Jenna Williams, Tyreek Moody, Atia Maddox, Shy Valentine, Ryan Morgan, Joshua Forbes, and today, Federal Agent Posey Lester Flinchman, who passed away due to gun violence on June 17 in 1930 here in the city of Goldsboro. I would like these are just a few of the names. I think we have over 80 names of individuals that we have lost in the city of Goldsboro. I would like to thank all of our first responders, our city council, our mayor, the families, everybody that has hands-on when we, lose loved ones due to gun violence, everyone that's, out on the forefront talking, speaking. I really appreciate you all. It's very important that we continue to love on these families, continue to let them know that we care, continue to let them know that we are here to just bring justice, because we have a lot of unsolved murders here in the city of Goldsboro, and we want to, make sure that we bring justice to these families. Thank you again, City Clerk, and everyone for acknowledging Gun Violence Awareness Month.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carl Landgren.
First of all, thank you for that. And I'll be reading an elderly gentleman, E9 in the Army, perhaps. Oh, he was a friend and customer of mine. I was not aware he had passed. I rise to just bring up two matters. Good news, not asking you to appoint funds, not asking you to make decisions or commit to anything. Just one, would like to invite each of you and anyone here to an event on August 10th with Wayne County Liberty First, which has been in existence here for about 12 years. I've been an active member for 8 years, and Miss Linda Harper is the chair, and her husband, Pastor Tom Harper. That's going to be held at Victory Baptist Church across from the Burger King on Wayne Memorial. And it'll be Saturday, August 10th for most of the day. I can get more specific details to anyone who's interested in attending that. Having been to about 7 of them myself, they've all been very worthwhile. And the second matter is just that I would like to thank the council for always opening the 8 or 10 times I've come here. Y'all open with prayer and a pledge of allegiance to our republic, and I would like to encourage that practice to continue. There are people who would like for us to not pray publicly and perhaps even privately. There are people who wish to take away all of our God-given rights, and I don't know of any way to defend them other than by invoking God's help on a regular basis. So it's no surprise that, it shouldn't surprise anyone here, but some of these people have actually published in books that they want and they intend to wipe out most of mankind. They have the wherewithal, and it's plain to see that they're doing it. No way to solve the 30 major crises that are catastrophic, that are attacking our republic, unless we invoke the Almighty's help. And so please continue that practice, no matter what kind of opposition comes to get us to stop that. Just let's all put our foot down and say, not on our watch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Susan Williams.
I'm glad to see some fresh faces up there, and I hope y'all do a good job. If you want my help next time. Now, I got 2 things that I want to point out. Number 1, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. I live up here on the corner center in Walnut Street. We have a cotton-picking motorcycle brigade and race cars going up and down that street. And it is so loud it wakes us up. And number 2, there is a man wandering the streets, and I'm sure y'all have all seen him or heard of him. He always threatens women with raping them. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he uses the breezeway at the Waynesboro house for his own public toilet. He'll get drunk and pass out in the middle of the street, and they have to take him to the hospital because he has a medical emergency from being drunk. But nobody can do anything about it, because 2 or 3 hours later, he's right back out there going through the same stuff all over again. And something needs to be done about that, because sooner or later, he's going to up and hurt somebody. And I don't like to think about that at all, because we got enough problems as it is. And now, I'm gonna have to go back home and with it dark enough outside that I don't know whether this idiot's gonna sneak up on me or not. I hope for his sake he doesn't, because if he does, he better kill me. If not, I'm coming after him with my weapon. Call it a threat, call it what you want. I protect myself if nobody else will do it. Y'all have a nice evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, that's our last speaker.
Okay. With that.
Round of applause for that.
All right, that closes our public comment period. We will now move to our consent agenda. Mr. Livingston, consent agenda items were going through during the work session, but if you'll take us through the consent agenda process and ask for any questions, and we'll get a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did go over, as you stated, the consent agenda items J through V, and would ask that vote for those or further discussion, if needed, be had now.
All right, so with that, do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items as presented, items J through V? Is that correct? Items J through V?
Yes, sir.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion has been made. Do we have a second?
I second it.
All right, motion has been made and properly seconded to approve the consent agenda items as presented. Madam Clerk, if you would please conduct a roll call vote.
Mayor Gaylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews. Yes. Councilwoman Jones.
Yes.
Councilman Boyette.
Yes.
Councilwoman Taylor. Councilwoman Weeks.
Yes.
Councilman White.
Yes.
All right, consent agenda passes. Thank you, everybody. Now we'll move to items requiring individual action. We'll move to item W. Council has been discussed, the annual operating budget ordinance, including all of the various changes and amendments as discussed over the last several weeks, is presented for approval this evening. Do we have a motion to approve the budget ordinance as revised and presented this evening?
I have some questions first. I
All
have
right,
a question.
Councilwoman Weeks, the floor is yours.
So mine is for Ms. Gwen, if she doesn't mind. I was, Ms. Gwen, looking at the salaries this weekend and looking at the new IRS regulations, the new thresholds for exempt employees. Does that affect how many salaried employees do we have?
I can't tell you that right off the top of my head, but I know when that regulation came out, I contacted our HR director, Bernadette Dove, and asked her, if we were covered under that, and she said that we were. So I did not have any concern that we needed to budget more overtime or, in that, for that conversion. So we did not take any additional steps to add money to the budget for that.
Okay, because I was reading that it would affect cities and municipalities, so.
It does, but she said that in accordance with what she had looked at, it was not going to have a budgetary effect for us.
And I know that's rolled out in 2 different phases when I was looking at it this weekend. So you're saying that the salaries that you have included in this budget meet both of those phase rollouts with the IRS for salary?
So I'm not the HR expert. I did consult the HR expert, and she said that we were covered. So we did not take any additional steps to add money to the budget, add to the cost for that.
Is that also for our upper level management?
Well, I mean, when you say upper level management,
yeah, I'm talking about the city manager's salary. I'm talking about your salary. I'm talking about the top level salaries, because I was reading the revisions that the IRS has presented for those as well, and they're going to roll those out in 2 phases. And so, do we meet the standards of both of those phases
Now,
for the salary thresholds?
The only thing I was aware of was there was a range of somewhere in the 50s or the 60s is what the number was going to go up to. And so the
Not for your top level employees.
Right. So like the highly compensated,
Yes,
like
ma'am.
department heads and so forth. I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
So the HR director and I have not had time to talk about that.
So I am not ready to vote for the budget until I find out the answers to those, because that will affect your budget tremendously with those new thresholds. I know that it has affected mine, and so it will affect, if that money is not in your budget, it could affect your budget tremendously.
You're talking about thresholds for exempt versus non-exempt?
Yes, sir. That's why I was at, especially on your top level employees, they'll have to meet a certain salary, and, you know, that really could affect the budget. We're talking anywhere from, you know, 50,000 to 100,000 to even
all
more.
our exempt ones are paid over that threshold. I'm pretty sure of that, but we can look at that.
For both phases, the July 1st phase
Yep.
and the January, because both of those would be in the fiscal year budget.
I think so, but because I talked to her about that as well. But I mean, I'm taking her word for it.
All right.
And ultimately, Councilman Weeks, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. If there are any other questions?
I have one question. The second question that City Councilwoman Weeks asked, are you saying that you're not sure?
I'm not the HR expert on that, so we have not been briefed on that. We haven't, had any kind of classes or training. So the only one I was aware of was the one that went from like the 40-some thousand to the 50 or 60,000. And when I talked to her about that, we were okay in our budget.
Okay.
So if there is another phase to that has highly compensated, I'm not aware of that. So.
And when you said that she said you're okay in that, that is for phase 1 and for phase 2, July 1st, and also the January phase as well, because that would be right in the middle of our fiscal year budget.
So, like I said, I am not aware, so I don't want to answer a question and say that she said the only thing I was aware of was the phase that was coming up in July. So we'll have to get more information on that because we, that's just not something we've talked a whole lot about, so.
Councilwoman Jones.
So how long will it take us to find out?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know, maybe a couple of days. I have no idea.
Can I give you just an example how that will affect the budget? For example, a highly compensated employee, because I've been studying it myself this weekend for my own budget. A highly compensated employee would take and be from like 107 to 132 in July, then it would jump to 132 to 151. For the regular employees, you're talking about 35 to 43. Then the next jump is going to be in January 1st, it goes all the way from 43 to 58. So if we don't have those numbers in our budget, it will affect our budget.
Well, possibly, but probably not. Here's why. Because what I think that we're discussing are the thresholds for being able to exempt someone from overtime protections, i.e.
That's what it is.
Being able to,
exempt versus non-exempt.
Exactly.
And there was a law back then. It's just
Right.
if you're compensated at X, then you have to be listed as an exempt employee. Now, if you're compensated at Y, it could be that you don't meet the threshold, and then we'd have to pay overtime.
That's right,
And I
you'll have
know
to pay
that's
overtime.
Right, but
there's
I
not.
can tell you, all our
there's not
employees are.
overtime.
Yeah. So that's why I'm asking you, how many of our employees are salaried employees? Because that will affect our budget.
Well, but there is, I think that assumption includes another assumption that there is a significant amount of overtime.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that there's any reason to suggest that there is.
If you're a salaried employee, in most cases, you're working more than 40 hours.
So there's also a couple tests to that whole proposition is that, yes, there are short and long tests for the Fair Labor Standards Act. And so she looked at all those. And, I'm trying to text her right now just to give her some clarity.
Were those adjustments, because we've known about this with the IRS, I mean, I've been looking into it myself for months, so were those adjustments already placed into our budget?
I'm not gonna answer that question until I hear back from her, but, I asked her about it and she said, we're gonna be fine with it, so I didn't go beyond that.
The only thing I can offer, Ms. Weeks, like in my department, I have exempt employees. We do not have overtime. We do not have overtime. State and local government municipalities, we are allowed to have comp time earned, and that's how we deal with it. So we don't have overtime.
That is something that is very unique to governmental entities as opposed to private sector. Private sector, you're required by law to do time and a half for your non-exempt employees, whereas in a government sector, you're generally not compensating at time and a half. You're generally compensating at through time through 1.5x PTO.
And it may benefit to have Ms. Dove come to the next meeting and talk about that.
Right. Right. Good questions. I mean, obviously, that's something that is highly relevant in our personnel procedures, but I don't see it having a substantial impact on the budget purely because of the way that overtime is managed within the city and the way that it's compensated within the city.
Well, I'll be sure to send you an article tonight that I read that it said it will be affecting cities and municipalities and their budgets very clearly. It will be affecting their budgets.
We'll look forward to reading. Any other comments, concerns from council? Okay. So we need a motion. Either we move forward with the operating budget, or if there are any other questions on the budget, or if we want to table this thing, we got to figure out exactly to when that would be. You know, this has been discussed at multiple meetings now. We had the initial work session during the work session of a council meeting, and then of course there was a special call meeting for this. I value each of the concerns. We've had a lot of debate that I think has been very fruitful, certainly for the citizens. And I believe that we've pulled together a budget that balances a lot of needs. It does not address everything that council said it wanted to address. It does not do everything that council said it wanted to do as far as protecting the fund balance and things like that. But it does get a budget in place that is responsible, that touches as many of the bases as possible, and makes a huge investment in public safety and otherwise keeps operational budgets flat and intact. So I'd like to get a budget across the line, and obviously any further concerns we can adjust. But I'd like to get a budget across the line. If there are specific changes that anyone wants to make, let's bring them up and let's get a budget across them. The council, where we are, I need a motion either to table or to approve the annual operating budget ordinance as presented tonight, which does include each of the pieces discussed at our previous meetings, as well as the direct conversations, at least as many as possible, the direct conversations between council members and the city manager, trying to make sure that we're touching as many of the needs for council as possible.
So you're telling me that y'all do not have overtime?
No, we have overtime,
Yeah.
but it's for what's called non-exempt employees. So non-exempt employees.
I cannot hear you. All I hear is
Okay, so we have, I don't know why this microphone's not picking up, but we have two classifications.
I hear you now.
We have two classifications of employees. One are just under the Fair Labor Standards Act. One is called an exempt employee, and the other is a non-exempt employee. Now, what the rules are doing is they're shifting some of that because some companies will take advantage of your, they're going to say you're non-exempt and you're making, $30,000 or whatever. And so they're working them past the 40 hours and not getting around the Fair Labor Standards Act. So they move those thresholds up. But our staff, the ones that are, generally speaking, that are non-exempt, in other words, the ones that are exempt are usually at least over $60,000, are right there at it. So we might have a few. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a whole bunch. So that it could possibly affect one or two or three or four maybe, but not like dozens or anything like that. And we would have to look, and that's one of the reasons why we do pay and classification studies, is we look at them, we apply the long and short tests amongst the Fair Labor Standards Act to determine whether they're appropriately classified as exempt versus non-exempt. I think we've done that. And I think she looked at those categories, but, as far as I was understood, we were good. So, I mean, but.
Because for highly compensated employees, it will take the salary, when we go to the second phase, it's going to take that employee from 132 to you have to guarantee them $151,000 a year. I'm asking all these questions, guys, because if you're asking for a COLA and you're already giving the highly compensated executive a certain salary, and then you're asking for a COLA, you're compounding what you're asking your taxpayers to cover as far as the income. And that's why I'm asking these questions.
But all those salaries are, for those exempt employees, they're a flat salaried position. It has nothing to do with whether they're all exempt.
I definitely know
We
Ms.
budgeted
Gwen
for all
works
those.
overtime. She worked overtime when we were in an audit. She was working lots of
And
overtime. That's why I'm asking the
Every
questions.
one of the department heads has worked a ton of overtime, but they're not going to be compensated for overtime because they're exempt employees. And that's the way the system works in local government. So we're not really liable for any of those. Most of our employees that are making upwards of maybe 60,000, department heads and supervisors, those are the ones that are going to be classified as exempt from the Fair Labor Standards Act. And that's why, and rightfully so, because we apply the long and short tests, meaning that they have a certain level of education and, or special skills, and or they're supervisors or some kind of nature. So that's why those are exempt, and the other more or less non-skilled, like like we had a meter reader in here, that would be somebody that would be non-exempt. But we manage our overtime. The meter reader is not going to work 40 plus 40 hours a week. They're going to, unless somebody gets sick or something, we might have to work a little bit. But most of the time, it's just going to be 40 hours or less.
And I'll also speak a little bit to the highly compensated employee exemption. So the way the Fair Labor Standards Act is written, probably I should yield to our attorney because I'm not our attorney when I'm in here. But then I'll wing it. I used to know a lot about it. So you have a series of different ways that you can exempt an employee, because again, the default is every employee is entitled to overtime protections. That's the default rule. You're allowed to exempt certain employees based off of professional classification, the administrative classification.
How many people they supervise? I
Exactly. But even to do that, you still have to meet a salary threshold, which is what we're discussing right now. And the salary threshold to be able to use one of those other exemptions has been raising. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are forced to pay that individual more. It just means that you have to compensate them for overtime if there is overtime. There's one other exemption, and that's the one that's being brought up, I think, the most right now, and that's the highly compensated employee exemption. If you are a highly compensated employee, but you don't otherwise meet thresholds for one of the other means to be exempted, you can use the highly compensated employee tool for exempting somebody. Now, that has, over time, of course, the threshold for that been increased, but if you're exempted based off of a different criteria, either a professional or managerial or whatever the other thing is, the highly compensated employee exemption doesn't really even come into play for someone. Like someone using Ms. Gwen, I apologize. I will use you and your position and your title as an example. Not you personally, but your position. There could be a variety of different ways that one could very legally exempt the person holding your position from having overtime. It could be, and I actually don't know your salary off the top of my head, so I'm not even going to get into that one, but certainly managerial, certainly administrative. There's a few different ways, possibly even professional, because you are CPA, right? Possibly even the professional exemption. So the highly compensated employee piece to this is only if you have no other means of exempting somebody and you need to keep them exempt. What is the threshold that you have to meet in order to be able to use that tool to exempt them?
Right, which that threshold, again, will be 132 to 151.
Right.
Which is not going to apply to us.
it's not
That's
okay.
that's what I'm saying,
Okay.
and that's why I didn't really, because we do things differently, a little bit differently in local government, and we just exempt all those people that are, basically the threshold for most people right now is about 36,000 for the non-highly compensated one. And then you have to pay those because that's what we have to worry about. So we don't, but we don't just go non-exempt those, that we look at it, we say, okay, you need to be, non-exempt because of your duties. So we actually kind of tend to lean the other way with it. At least I do, because I don't want to be taking advantage of people and saying, well, you shouldn't get overtime. We don't do that. But if you're a supervisor or a department head and you meet the long and short test, we exempt you because that's why we do. That's part of when we go through our pay and classification studies, we make sure that people are properly classified. And that's one of the core functions of the HR department, is to make sure, reviewing those job classifications annually to make sure they are properly classified under Fair Labor Standards Act.
I never doubted that you did not classify them correctly, but what I was saying, Matt, is that salary is going to jump from 35 to 43, and then in January it jumps back up to a second phase of 58. I just wanted to make sure we're prepared for the thresholds of this rollout, and that we've got, we're covered in our budget, so that we're not coming back to our people in 6 months and say, I'm so sorry, we didn't know anything about this. We weren't prepared for this.
That makes sense.
Excellent concern and great conversation. Council, anything else to bring up that needs discussing for this operating budget? Okay. So we're still at a point we either need a motion to table or we need a motion to approve. We need a direction.
So I think with the concerns of Councilwoman Weeks, that we do just do our due diligence to make sure.
He's just told us that they're going to use comp time for all overtime. That's how they handle everything. That every employee here that gets overtime, that they give them comp time. They do not. That it doesn't relate to them.
Okay. Well, I withdraw my comment.
Yeah. That's what he's saying, that for all of our employees here that get overtime, because that first level, come January 1st, they will have to, their entry level salary will have to be $58,000. He just told me that we're not paying time and a half, that if that person does not, that $58,000, that they would offer them comp time for everything.
Okay.
If somebody was only making 40 and you have to make 50, that they would say, hey, we're going to offer you comp time.
She
is the way I've perceived it.
Just responded back to me, and so she's, if we want to call her, I can, and we can put her on speakerphone. I think that would be a good way to do this.
As long as we hold a microphone close enough to it so we're protecting the meeting.
And again, I'm just asking the questions, guys, because I want to make sure in 6 months we're not having to up all of our salaries all over again to meet these IRS guidelines.
I'm sure she can explain it better than me.
Hello?
Hey, Bernadette, we got you on speakerphone. It's a little different. We're in a public meeting, but we really want to get to some, have you been listening?
I just tuned back in.
Okay, so the question is, the Fair Labor Standards Act and the compensation regulations are changing under that due to the salaries and things like that. And the concern was that we have not factored that in properly in our proposed budget.
Hold on, Matt.
Have not factored that in properly.
I need to get off of FaceTime because I'm hearing. Okay, so when we started looking at the budget, we did look at that new threshold for the first level tiers. We are okay. It is managed by the department heads that 9 times out of 10 we will always get comp time. Very, very seldom do we pay overtime. And that is managed by the department heads, and we keep track of that on a monthly basis. It is our unwritten rule that we do not allow employees to gather more than 40 hours of comp time at any given time. So very seldom do we ever pay overtime.
When you said you had factored it into the budget, was that for phase 1 and for phase 2?
That was for phase 1, because what happens is that the threshold is rising, it's going up. However, they're still in the threshold where they do not get overtime.
Okay.
So those that are the exempt employees or department heads and upper management, because they are exempt and salaried employees, then they do not get overtime. They do not get time and a half. They can work 80 hours a week and they're paid that one salary.
So you said you factored in phase 1, but you didn't factor in phase 2.
We did not factor in
phase 1 jumps from $35,000 to $43,000, and then in January we have phase 2, which that same employee that makes $43,000 will then now jump to $58,000. So have we factored in phase 2, because phase 2 will be right in the middle of our fiscal year?
Phase 2 was not. Phase 1 was.
Well, then I think that we should go back and look at it and factor in phase 2 as well, because we're offering COLA, which is a cost of living raise, and on top of that, phase 2, because for instance, a highly compensated employee, again, they're going to jump in July from $101,000 to $132,000, which is phase 1, up to $132,000 and $151,000. Now, guys, I don't know the salary of all our city employees. That's why I'm asking these questions, so that we don't come back to you as a taxpayer in 6 more months and say, we didn't do our job. We didn't do our job. I am a budget individual. I'm a finance person, married to an accountant. I guess I asked too many finance questions, but I just want to make sure that we as a community are covered with our budget, and we're not coming back to our taxpayers in 6 more months and saying we did not take any of this into consideration. It may not affect us a lot, but I want to know before I vote to the budget.
One thing we do need to look at, that those employees that are going up, typically, 9 times out of 10, those that are over 55, 60,000 are already exempt. They're already exempt employees. So it's not going to affect them, because they're not getting overtime and they're not getting comp time. They're already exempt.
You just said they can only book how much comp time on the books?
And non-exempt person can only book 40 hours of comp time. There's sometimes they go over because they don't have the time to take off. But we manage that on a monthly basis, and the departments here do a very good job on managing comp time.
I personally would just feel much better if you and Miss Gwen just look at it one more time, make sure we're fully covered for phase 1 and phase 2, and that we can just go before our people with confidence and knowing, hey, we have factored this into our budget.
We have no problem doing that. I don't think that it's going to affect the budget that much to hinder, a motion to approve tonight, but we can definitely go back in the morning and look at that and get back to you by tomorrow afternoon. It's nothing major.
Any other comments, questions while we have our HR director on the phone as well, or any other comments or questions? Councilman Boyette?
Regarding this matter that was brought up, which is great. That's what we're here for, is to express our concerns. My personal opinion on this matter is I trust our staff and our department personnel appropriately to make these decisions, and I'm ready to move forward tonight and get this budget done. I trust the judgment and I trust the work of our executive team, and if there's something that comes up, and our HR directors just said if it does, it's not going to be anything of any significance. So I'm personally ready to move forward, and let's draw a line in the sand, get this done. We're at the 11th hour, and the budget reflects all of us' collective efforts in this regard. Every person sitting up here has had an effect on the budget and getting here, and I trust our staff and our manager and our HR director, and most importantly, I trust our finance director that they are leading us in the right direction.
Miss Bernadette, did you say her name is Bernadette?
That was just
Miss
a comment.
Bernadette, I have another question for you.
Okay.
Phase one, how many employees did that affect that you had to take their salary up to meet that stipulation of the IRS?
I cannot tell you that at this moment.
Okay.
I can't give you a definite number.
And then you cannot tell me how many employees it's going to affect for phase two?
No.
I can say
Okay.
this, I didn't sign off on a single personnel action form that showed any kind of increases because of compensation differentials with the IRS.
Correct. There's none that's been submitted.
So, I mean, it hasn't affected us at all so far. And these highly compensated ones, everyone past $60,000 is basically exempt anyway. So,
Yeah.
this might cost a few $1,000s if that, but we'll probably end up classifying those as exempt because, there's a good chance they may be.
And that's one thing that we will look at as we go into our pay and classification study to ensure that all employees are classified correctly. Because they do change.
Miss Dove, this is Mayor Gaylor. If based on what you've seen from having to do the assessments for phase one, the potential financial fallout for phase two, and if this is also for Miss Gwen, y'all tag team or something, if we were to have to make an adjustment, would it come back and impact the tax rate, or would it come out of general fund and we would square up?
That's the question for Ms. Catherine.
General fund.
So if there was some kind of salary impact,
Right.
it would have to come out of the general fund, other revenues, fund balance, because the tax rate has to be set before June 30th for the next fiscal year.
Okay. So any potential impacts would be absorbed through a general fund adjustment in mid-year if there was something to do. Okay. Understood. Well, council, we've got to make a decision. Do we table, and if so, to when? Do we vote to approve? Where are we going? I've already stated that I want to get it across the line this evening. I hear the concerns. I think that our staff have done a respectable job of belaying those concerns, and they've also stated what would happen if there was some form of misunderstanding, how it would be rectified. But
Just had Ms. Dove on the phone.
Yeah.
The question was whether or not you want to continue her on the phone or let her go.
I was gonna let her continue on the phone for a second.
Okay, I'll call her back.
Never mind. Never mind. Don't worry about it, Matt. Don't worry about it. All right, council. We gotta pick a path. Go left or go right, but we can't sit in the intersection.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd make a motion that we accept the budget item W on the agenda as presented and prepared by staff for approval.
Okay, a motion has been made to approve the annual operating budget ordinance as prepared this evening. Is there a second? All right. Motion dies for a lack of second.
I'll second it,
Okay.
so we can just,
So
we can discuss it some more.
Okay. A motion has been made and properly seconded to approve the annual operating budget ordinance as presented this evening. Any further discussion?
I want to hear more discussion.
I just want to thank y'all for letting me ask the questions, because I have really been researching this a lot, because it's affecting a lot of companies, a lot of churches, a lot of nonprofits. What the government is trying to do is get more dollars into people's pockets, but it really is affecting businesses, government. It's affecting a lot of people. And so for me, if we were going to give a top level individual that works for the city a significant raise, a $20,000 or a $30,000 raise because of the regulations by the IRS, then you add in your payroll taxes, then you're giving them COLA, because your average employee for the city of Goldsboro roughly makes in that $40,000 range. When you multiply that by 2.5, your average employee is only on that COLA going to get $30, $40. It's going to be your high-level employees that see the higher dollars when it comes to COLA. And so for me, if I was going to give a significant jump to meet the IRS regulations, that's why I'm taking in consideration and asking all these money and financial questions, okay? It didn't make sense to me because it's going to be the high-level employees that prosper and not the level entry employees that go and win in this.
And I just want to be real clear on one misconception. There's currently no proposal on the table to increase the salaries of the high-level employees, period.
Mayor, I disagree with you because it's not that there's something on the table. You don't have a choice. If the IRS says that a highly compensated employee who is a salaried employee has to make this amount of money to be able to be an exempt employee or to be able to be salaried, you're going to have to reach that for them to stay with that salaried, or you're going to have to say, nope, we're going to keep you at this salary, but we're going to pay you time and a half, which will then increase your overtime or the amount of money that you're paying for overtime.
The only way that you would have to increase their salary is if you're using, remember there's like 5 or 6 different ways you can exempt someone. The only way that you would have to the only way you'd have to increase their salary for a highly compensated employee, if you're trying to keep them exempt, is if that's the only way you can exempt them.
That's correct. If they have expunged
but you need to hear what I'm
comp.
saying. The other folks, like any of our department heads, are already exempted on other means. They're already exempt on other means. The highly compensated executive exemption tool over here is not going to be the one that applies.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking at
not
the highly compensated and the regular employee too.
Exactly. The highly compensated one that's now been mentioned a couple of different times would be receiving a $20,000 or $30,000 raise is completely misunderstanding the situation as it relates to the city of Goldsboro. There is no intent, there is no plan to move any of the highly compensated employees up because they're not being exempted using that method. That's the only point that I want to make abundantly clear, is that the folks that are exempted, I mean, we'd have to get Bernadette back on the phone, but I'll just about guarantee you that we don't have anyone in the organization that their exemption status hinges on the highly compensated employee exemption method.
Which puts...
Okay.
Yeah, Councilwoman Jones, I saw your hand up, and Councilman Boyette, but I do appreciate this dialogue because it is an important debate that needs to be had here in the public to make sure that everyone understands where we are.
Yeah, and that's
Councilwoman
why
Jones, the floor is yours.
Yeah, that's why I wanted more conversation. And I heard, when I went out, I still heard y'all talking. Okay, so is there any way we can put a cap on the eligibility for the raise percentages based on salary?
We can do whatever it is that we see fit. If there's a certain threshold where you want to say that anyone over a certain salary either doesn't get the 2.5 or their 2.5 is capped in some way, but I mean we could.
Can we look at that? I know this might be different from what you're talking about, Beverly, but I'm trying to negotiate here, work here.
Councilwoman.
Chris.
All right, Councilman, floor is yours now. Well, Ms. Jones, did you finish your comments?
No,
you asked a question.
I'm finished.
Right,
I was just asking a question, and I wanted to throw that out and see what the other council members said.
Well,
all right, Councilman Boyette, and then Councilwoman Taylor.
I appreciate the question. I mean, that's absolutely a reasonable question. But I'm going to go back to what I said earlier, that we've got 3 senior level staff people that said everything's good. And that's where I'm basing my decision on, is the staff that said we're okay.
You did not have 3 senior staff level that said it was okay. They said they had not looked at phase 2. I asked the question 2 or 3 times, and she said, no, we have not looked at phase 2.
That was early on into the conversation. I don't want us to have a disagreement here. What I'm saying is, what I heard as a response from the HR director, finance director, and the interim city manager, I'm saying Chris is satisfied on that subject matter. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm definitely only one vote, that's for sure.
All right.
I'm ready to move forward.
Councilwoman Taylor, the floor is yours, and then I believe it's Pritchard. Councilwoman Taylor.
So I just, I'm wondering, piggybacking off what Councilwoman Jones said, so if we are asking the question about putting a cap on, what would be the path to that for our highly paid or our higher paid employees? A cap on if they get COLA or not? Or a yes or no if they get COLA or not? Like this 2.5?
I mean,
Is that what you were asking?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I can think of a couple of different ways you could do it. You could say that, the COLA is capped at $2,000, or $2,500, which is, anyone $100,000 or above would be the maximum that they would get would be the $2,500. That's 2.5, and just leave it at that. That's an easy cap there.
Right. So, and once again, what's our average salary for our employees? Was it 48,000?
Ms. Gwen, is it roughly about the average salary for all of our employees together? Is it roughly between 40 and 45,000?
So that question,
It's 48.
that question got
48.
asked today, and that's really more of an HR question.
Mm-hmm.
I think the number that came back was higher than that.
Okay.
I think it was, off the top of my head, maybe it was
It's
in
48.
the 50s.
It's like close to 50.
It's got to be
Is
in
that
the
what it
40s.
was?
It's 48.
It's almost.
Well,
Guys, it's
All right,
got to be
allow the
I'm
clerk.
getting her to give that
That
answer.
was actually asked earlier, Dave. The information from HR was the average salary of all full-time and part-time established is $55,214. The average salary of all employees is $48,679.
48,679.
04.
Okay.
So that's roughly, if we just round it off to 48,000, that's just roughly about $1,200 that they'll get for that 2.5. So is there a way for the people that make above that amount that we just say, okay, well, you can't get any more than $1,200 for your COLA? Or am I wrong in asking that?
Not wrong at all. I mean, we can. I don't support doing that. I
Right.
think that we've said 2.5. We're already not doing the merit increases. Now the bonuses, I do very much agree that bonuses should be a flat, and it is.
Yes.
Everyone's getting the same bonus there. But as far as to answer your question and put a tool on the table, yes, you could say the 2.5 is capped at a number. You could say that it's capped at wherever you want to.
And the reason why I'm asking is because, we'll just be honest, like, people that make $48,000 have a lot of difference in their standard of living than people that make $160,000. I'm just asking question.
I'm not I'd have to see a breakdown of salaries. I don't know that we have, if we have someone making that number, it's one. Just to put that out there. I mean, this isn't a top-heavy organization. Councilman?
Just in the
I was just asking a question.
absolutely,
question.
and I've asked that question already, so that question's not unreasonable. I've already asked that question a couple times myself, and then the answers that I was given about how you navigate that satisfied me that, okay, let's just roll with it like it is.
Can I just leave this one last comment? This is the article that I was studying this weekend because I'm having to look too. I have multiple businesses that I'm looking at as well. When I was looking up how this would affect local governments, cities, towns, and villages should begin to identify right away employees who will now fall within this updated rule's impact. Those employees who are not exempt, meaning their salaries fall below the threshold, will receive time and a half pay when working more than 40 hours in a week. So if it's saying that the cities and the entities have to be looked at, what I'm saying is our staff, I'm not saying our staff is not comparable. I think she's one of the smartest finance directors I've ever met, aside from my husband, just picking Miss Gwen. But what I am saying is if we looked at phase 1, why were we not smart enough to go ahead and look at phase 2 and see how it was going to impact us? Because it's right smack dab in the middle of our fiscal year.
Pro Tem.
Thank you. So I'm gonna kind of switch up the tempo a little bit. This conversation right here is not a deal breaker for me, but what is and what will always be a deal breaker for me, and this is not to negate the hard work that staff has done to get this budget to where it is now. But I just do not feel that the city has gotten down to its bare bones to ensure that the burden is not placed on residents to take care of some of our bills and things that we need to do to run. So that is why it is a no for me, and it has been a no for me because that has been my request. I wanted the city to show good faith and say we were willing to really sacrifice whatever that looked like to forgo some of those wants, not the needs and the necessities, just some of the wants to show good faith and to relieve some of the burden off of our residents, because I think that we are giving them a bill that they shouldn't be paying. So in light of the current motion on the table, it is going to be a no for me for that particular reason.
Understood. So there is, and just to rehash where we are in procedure, as everyone collects their thoughts for the next round of comments, there was a motion put on the floor to approve the operating budget as presented this evening. The motion was seconded. We're currently in the conversation and debate portion of that. Ultimately, as Robert's rules requires, I am going to call a vote at some point, but I'm going to ensure that the discussion is able to reach full maturity before I do. So, council, anyone else with comments, questions, or concerns? And if we need to get other staff on the phone again, we can do that.
My last comment is,
Councilwoman?
guys, I know I sound passionate about it, but your January 1st date should already be in effect now. You should already have it in consideration now. So I'm going to stick to my guns that it should already be placed in our budget now. We should already be talking about it, considering it, whether it's going to affect us $20,000, $50,000, how much so that we can be confident when we're talking to our taxpayers. And then Ms. Matthews, Mayor Pro Tem Matthews, I want to say I agree with you. I agree with you. When I go back to those taxpayers, I'm going to look you, sir, in the eye, and I'm going to tell you I did everything I could, that we sacrificed, that this was not just a budget of needs and or wants, but hey, we sacrificed this year. We had to give some things up. I had to sit 63 staff down and say, I'm so sorry, we can't have a raise this year. It was the hardest thing I've ever had. We just can't do it this year. And what kind of sacrifices are we making? Because we're asking you to give more and more and more of your dollars. Have we sacrificed? Sacrifice means it hurts. It means, you know what? We're all in it. We're all going to be a part of the solution. And so I am looking you guys in the eyes and telling you, I don't feel we're there yet. I don't feel we're there yet.
Person.
In light of wanting to get to the other side of this, and I do agree that the time is drawing near and we need to do that. Is there any particular, I guess my question to the council is there any particular question that we can get answered right now to bring this board to make a decision no matter what side of the track you're on? But I would hate for us to leave tonight with question marks. So is there something that we can answer tonight that would make the board feel comfortable and go ahead and making a decision, regardless of what side?
And to that point, if we need to get other staff members on the phone to get answers to questions, or if we need to recess for a short break so the staff members can go and compile whatever questions there are, that is an option. That is an option.
I'll tell you one thing for me is, guys, I'll be the bad guy here, but I believe under duress situations, and our budget, our city is in a duress with our money. I'm just going to go on record and tell you guys that we should not be considering COLA this year. We should not. And I'm willing to be the only one that sets up here and says it. I love the city employees just as much as they love the city employees. But I am telling you that with the duress that our city is in this year, that this should not be the year that we're considering COLA. It should not.
Council, any other thoughts, questions? A couple of different questions have been brought up as far as what are some specific questions that could be answered tonight. There's been a discussion about capping COLA in some way. If anyone would like to make a suggestion on a specific cap, then we can discuss that. Ultimately, right now, there is a motion on the floor that once debate is concluded, I am going to have to call a vote on.
Well, I am.
Yes, ma'am.
I am open to looking in the budget. I am not open to not giving a COLA. I'm not open to that because our employees are very, very important. So is the community, and I understand. I cannot, in good faith, not the sanitary workers. They need a raise. They're not the only ones, but they work. We want our trash picked up. We want this. We want the fire raise. We want the policeman raise. So I'm not in favor of that, but I am in favor of taking a look at the budget or waiting to see what the staff has to say, or even just taking a recess to talk. I don't know what that would do. But I try to be a team player and to really look into all avenues. And I'm not trying to be a good guy or a bad guy. I just want to be a team player and let my constituents, as well as my staff members, the city staff, know how they are important. And staff are also part of the community as well, and they are also taxpayers. So I'm willing, and that's why I wanted more discussion. But I guess what I'm saying is not important because everybody's not listening.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
Given the concerns, I think one approach we could do is, in light of some good financial news that we're going to see coming our way with the audit and some things like that, and we continue to make strides there, I would recommend that we put, which we can, in the mayor and council's budget, a 5% contingency set aside for, whatever we can call it, a cushion or whatever we think. But I feel like our staff did a good job in estimating the salaries. I don't think we'll need to draw any money from that. And I do think they factored those in, maybe not as well as they could have, but maybe we do need to go back and sharpen our pencils some more, which we can do. And then, but in the interest of getting a budget passed, I would offer that as a suggestion.
Could you pull that out of fund balance?
Yeah,
we could. Item?
Yeah, and set it up as a line item in there. And there, again, the reason why is, it's a whole different discussion if on COLAs and things like that. I'm just talking about looking at the issue of maybe needing some cushioning or whatever we want to call it, wiggle room or whatever we're calling it in the city council's budget to cover those costs should they be there.
Because for your COLA, it's going to be your highly compensated employees that are going to benefit the most. It's not going to be what you're saying, that sanitation worker. They're not the ones that it's going to benefit the most.
I understand that. I do. I get that. Yeah. But you know what? 30, and I'm not, no, we're good.
I'm sure.
We get that. $30 is more than no dollars.
Yeah.
And that was one of the reasons why I talked about the cap. But $30 is a copay. $30 is gas. $30 is a little bit more food. I understand that. Mm-hmm. And I know that the high dollar people are going to get more. That's why I had written here about the cap.
I like that.
Can we move a budget forward this evening with a cap at putting the COLA cap at $2,000? So that it doesn't, again, I would have to go and look at our salary distribution, but I think we're probably assuming there are more employees at the top end than last time I saw a salary distribution is actually there. But out of principle, I get it. Can we move a budget forward this evening if we set a cap on the COLA at, what did I say, 2,000? At $2,000 per person?
If that's what it takes to get us moving, I'm okay with that. I mean, I want to get this across the line.
Yeah.
What? As far as.
Yes.
We're budgeting 2.5. It's a
You know,
And I'll amend my
it
motion.
would be two separate motions, but well, what I'll do in order to make it so that we can keep the primary motion up there, we'll vote on the amendment separately. All right. So first, keeping with Robert's rules, we are going to vote. Well, I haven't actually heard a motion. Is anyone? Is there a general consensus that we want to look at a COLA cap? Or not really? Okay.
I'm
So-
voting against it.
Well, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I said I'll go along with that if that's what it takes to get
Right.
us moving. So if we need just head nods, or I'll amend my motion that's been made to include that. And I'm sure that the second would probably, she would continue to second my amended motion.
Okay.
So I'll amend to get everybody on the same page.
Pause before you withdraw your motion. Pause for a second. Let's finish the discussion here, and if we see that's where we need to go, then we will. Pronto?
I was just going to say that I would need to yield to the experts because that is not my strong area. So I'm kind of, am going to rely on you guys to say what that would look like and then ultimately what the majority goes with, because that's not a... When you start talking about numbers, there was a conversation down here about it.
The 2.5 COLA is about $670,000, right, Catherine? So if you basically, by doing that, you'll probably, I don't know, you'd have to run the numbers on that, but, you'd probably reduce it, maybe, I don't even want to guess, maybe $30,000 or $40,000 in total.
Right.
Just rough off the top of my head.
What would you reduce it, Matt, if you reduced it from 2.5% instead of capping it from 2.5% to 1.5% across the board?
Okay, so if you look at each one is, 1 cent is, it's like, say it's 675,000, so you divide that by, what's that divided by 3? I don't even have the, I'll have to do my calculator here.
I've got mine on my phone, my calculator.
Yeah.
Whenever it's okay, I will comment.
So you're basically looking at, $150,000 savings there by going down to 1.5.
All right. Councilman?
I would
you have a
just
question?
simply point out that if we took the path of the percentage reduction instead of the path of the cap, the percentage reduction is affecting everybody, and that's going to hurt our employees that need it the most at the bottom end of the spectrum. So my personal, what I would like to see, if we're going to do one of the two, I would rather see the cap and leave the 2.5 so our employees that need it most can have that. And I stand by that.
All right. So, y'all know Robert's rules just like I do. We have a motion on the floor that's approving it as presented tonight. There's been considerable discussion. If someone wants to,
He said he would
He did, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Councilman Boyette said that he would amend his motion if he believed it was the will of the council. He's not yet done so. I cut him off because I was trying to keep order, and there was someone else talking who had the floor. Councilman Boyette, if you so desire, you can amend your motion. If not, I will continue forward, taking this to a vote, and then we can reassess. That's completely up to you.
Well, I think that puts us back in discussion mode. We need a head nod as to what, I mean, okay, if I amend the motion to do a cap at $2,000 on the COLA, do we have a head nod that'll fly? And then I'll amend my motion. Or we can just roll with it and let's see what happens with this one. I mean, we gotta get down the road.
Just amend your motion.
Well, nobody's saying they will agree to that.
Yeah.
They might not even agree to the one you already got on the floor, so
If there's-
just amend it.
Good point.
All right. Councilwoman Jones, Councilman Boyette, y'all made the motion, and then Councilwoman Jones seconded it. Do you amend your motion?
I will amend my motion to cap the COLA at $2,000.
Okay.
And leave the 2.5% as presented in the budget.
Okay. So, and Councilwoman Jones, I presume you second?
Yes.
Okay. Motion has been made and properly seconded to adopt the budget ordinance as presented this evening, with the edit of capping the COLA at $2,000 for anyone who would otherwise receive more. There's been considerable discussion for those of you who may still be tuning in or already aware of. Is there any further discussion on this for this evening before I call the vote?
There is for me. I just want to look at the public and tell you I am so sorry. I believe personally that we as a council have failed you as a city. I believe we could have went back to our departments and made this budget much more tighter. We are going to you as taxpayers, and we're asking you to sacrifice. This is not a sacrificial budget. It's not.
Any other comments or questions from council? All right, hearing none, we'll call the vote. Those in favor of the motion as presented, which is the ordinance as presented with the edit of a $2,000 cap on the COLA for those that otherwise would exceed that number. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay. So we have a budget. Now we need to move to item X, which is a resolution for the utility fees and charges. As council will remember, this began life as I believe it was 7%, and then we went back to making some adjustments to ensure equity within every tier, and saw that there really were some adjustments that some consultants had brought forward, as well as staff had brought forward, and so those adjustments were made. This is now proposed and available in your book. What comments and questions do we have for item X? It is presented for approval this evening if council so chooses. Council, are there any comments, questions, or do we have a motion to approve or to table the resolution for utilities fees and charges for FY 24-25?
I think we all, am I okay?
Yeah, you have the floor, Councilman.
We all already agreed that, or we had consensus that we were able to make the adjustments that we made to the government's rate or the basis rate to lower that 7% down to 5%, which was good news to our rate-paying customers. So I haven't heard anything to the contrary during discussion. So
Councilman, you have the floor.
We never really talked about the actual utility fees in depth like we did the actual operating budget. But when you go and look at the utility fees budget, there's a lot of things that they asked for in the previous year, that they used a smaller amount, but then they came right back and they asked for the same amount or more in the actual budget, right? And I do understand that we got the briefing at the actual the summit or whatever we just did, right? When we first took over. And they said that we needed to do like a 6% just to keep rate or keep competitive, right? But what we're doing is we're really trying to position ourselves so that we can expand our water treatment facility. So for me, at this particular time, if all we're going to do is stockpile the money at this point because we're looking at the future, then I think because we're going to pay a 9.5%, which is highest that we've ever asked our constituents to pay, that we can forego this utilities for this year and stop continuing to put the burden on our constituents. Because in that budget, we're asking for money that we didn't use last year.
And did you notice it wasn't just one item, but did you read it and go line by line on there? Like if they asked for 20,000, but they only used 5,000, we still asked for 20,000 or even 25,000. We didn't, again, guys, there was no sacrifices. No sacrifices.
Question for
All right. Councilman?
Would it be safe to assume, and this is a question for our interim manager.
Sir?
Just question. Would it be reasonable to assume that if we said, okay, we're not going to take the recommendation of 5% and we're going to do 0% if we did that? Would it be reasonable to assume if we did that instead of 5 this year, because the Santec representative said 6% year over year, so would it be reasonable to assume, based on what we were told at the retreat by the experts, that if we say 0 this year, then instead of next year, instead of it being 5, it's going to have to be 10?
Well, I think one of the things you got to look at is, the enterprise fund is a business. It's a fund. It's not something you look at and say, are the users paying the right amount for the cost of the service? And the answer is, well, if you look at the dashboard that I showed from the UNC School of Government Finance, you'll see that we're just right at cost recovery mode. So basically, the consultant looks at it and says, yes, it's around, for the residential consumers, it's around $8.65 per 1,000 gallons. And we have a base charge and we have a user charge for the amount of thousands of gallons that you use. And so we're at the break-even point right there. But we've also experienced some of the most worst inflation of the last year that, we've seen in our budgets. So to keep pace with inflation, that is one of the reasons why, and so that our rates will be structured so that when we do have to finance the things, because we will have to take a revenue bond or something similar to that to make improvements, not just expansions, but major improvements. They'll need to be competitively rated out. But, so if you want to bring it down, maybe we can bring it down some. I'm not going to say but I'm just saying that wouldn't be so wide down to 0. I mean, I'm sympathetic with trying to, I pay taxes and I pay water and sewer rates. So I'm trying to look after the interest of the public. I look through all those line items. I talk with all the department heads about them. There's reasons for those things. Now, we didn't go through it line item by line item because that's partly our job as staff to kind of look through them and make sure they're reasonable. And some of the times if you reduce things by quite a bit, then you're only coming back and you're saying, oh, I need more. So it's you can reduce them, but you have to be reasonable with what the outcome's going to be.
And I think it would also be worth pointing out, as has been said before, the utility fund is an enterprise fund, which means it has to operate in the black. It can't operate in the red. If it goes in the red, the money has to come from the general fund to pad that and make it solvent. So I sort of understand that, and when again, we are dependent on the staff to say, okay, what do we need? What do we need to do so that we're not going backwards in that fund? And if staff says that's where the rate needs to be in order to remain.
Well, and the consultant recommended anywhere from 6 to 8%. So that's
Right.
why the 7 came, because I was trying to, and you know, if our rates were really outlandish, I would be saying, no, let's not do this. But our rates aren't outlandish. And that's what the cost of treating water and sewer is pretty much in North Carolina going to be the same. So you can look around and you can benchmark things and say, well, why is it that some people charge more and other ones don't? Well, it's sort of a preference. But then what happens is if you consistently undercharge what it's costing you to produce that, you're going to end up being you're going to end up suffering, because you're not going to be able to make the improvements in your system, and you're going to be in trouble over time. And you're going to have to make these large increases, like you said, of double-digit increases. So some kind, in the inflationary environment that we're in right now, some kind of increase is necessary. I'm not going to try to dictate what the board, this was a recommendation based on, our consultant. I'm not trying to say that it's perfect. All I'm saying is that, if you want to change it, just keep in mind that, that costs are going up, and they're going up for everybody, but we're supposed to run this like a business, and when we don't increase our rates, later down the road, we have to increase them more, and that's a potential.
That was where I was going with that. Is it better for a little bit here and a little bit there instead of
Yes.
a big whack later? So.
And I agree with that, but we've been little bitting for a while, so the little bits add up, and we keep the same service. So it's not that we're increasing the money for better service. We're getting the same service. We're not improving anything because we're just stockpiling the money so we can so we can invest in the future. So our services are not getting any better, but we're continuing to charge a higher rate. That's my issue with it. If the services were getting better, or we were getting a shovel in the ground, building something towards where we can see where the money is going, it would be different. But right now what we're doing is just stockpiling the money in a year where we're asking our constituents to dig deep in their pockets with money that some of them don't have.
Yeah,
I agree.
I want to,
I agree.
well, when I say want, it's you trying to choose between the worst of two evils. I'm sorry, did I?
No, I just said I agree. I agree.
I want to see some movement, and here's why. Because I don't want to see this council making the same mistakes that some previous councils made, where that it was 0, 1, 2, 8, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0 in increases, and then all of a sudden it's a 20% increase in 1 year. People can't budget for that. If we don't want to do 5, then let's do 4. But let's do something so that folks are not hit 2-3 years from now with some massive increase. Let's phase these things in and be reasonable with what we're doing here, because we do need to be able to build a fund balance, because we do need to make some investments, not just in our treatment plant, but also, of course, on the sewer side and on the different on the piping around the city. So, yeah, I hear what everyone's saying. I absolutely understand. I'm not interested in paying any more myself, and I don't enjoy the responsibility of telling someone else to pay more. But I really don't enjoy the responsibility of being the nice guy 3 years and then 4 or 5 years down the road say, oh, well, I know I was nice then, but now it's going to be a 20% increase, when we could have done exactly what our consultant said the whole time and kept it budgeted. I'd like to see something.
After reviewing the numbers, looking at the 9.5-cent tax increase, the uptick in your taxes that we're already going to have, my recommendation is I don't think you should raise it any more than 2 cents, 2 to 2.5 at the max myself. I think 2 cents should be what you raise it instead of 5.
Yeah.
And that's looking at the numbers and looking at those line items where we had budgeted, say, I'm using this for an example, $20,000 for chemicals, but we only used $5,000 for chemicals, but we asked for $25,000 or $20,000 in chemicals. And again, that's just an example. But basing it on that information, we've already asked our constituents for a 9.5-cent tax increase, which I was totally against. I would recommend 2.5 cents at the max.
Councilwoman Jones, the floor is yours.
Well, that's what I was saying to you before Ms. Weeks made her. I would really like for it to be 0, but I know that we can't. And I was glad that we were able to bring it down to 5, but I would like to see 2, if at all possible.
So, Mr. Livingston, Ms. Gwynn, if we were to do, say, 2.5 this evening to be able to get something across the line, do you need to bring back a fresh ordinance proposal to us? Do we have to table it to get to that point? Or can we just say, here's the number?
I think we just reduce our revenue projections by half if we go down by half on all that, 2.5 in all the rate categories, the ones that are by cutting it in half.
Okay.
That's what we can do.
All right. Pro Tem,
And then we'll have to go back and take more money from the water and sewer fund balance, but we can do that to get it across. And I understand the pain that people are feeling again. I've done this a while, and these are big rates, but I like to follow the consultant's guidance because they do this for dozens and dozens of other people, and they're very good in their field. And Stantec happens to be very good at what he does.
But hopefully, we're not going to have a 9.5-cent increase in taxes every
I
year
get
or
it.
two.
I get
And this
it.
is just an unusual year. Okay, this is an unusual year. So I'm
sympathetic to
saying
that.
if we could defer some of that increase to the next year or next year, I don't think we're going to suffer from it. We're not going to struggle from it. Not the numbers that I saw on the line items and what I saw in the budget.
All right, council, we're on item X, adoption of resolution for utilities, fees, and charges. There's been considerable conversation. I don't believe there's a motion on the floor at all right now. So we need either a motion to approve, we need a motion to do something slightly different, or we need a motion to table. I would ask that we do a motion either to approve or to do something slightly different, whatever that number is. Princeton.
So before we get to making motions, I would like to have a little bit more discussion. So I have been against the utility increase all my years sitting here, but I also don't want to be a part of that regime who did absolutely nothing. I heard 2 people say 2%. I will be the third person to say I'm okay with approving 2%, and I would like to hear from the other council members what your thoughts are, so we can go ahead and put a motion into place and we can move forward with the business of the city tonight.
I had asked to take it from 5 cents to 2 cents.
I'll go for 2.
We'll go for 2.
I'm good.
Okay. All right, Councilman.
That's the majority at 2. And
Well, I said 2 in the very beginning,
Yes, ma'am.
but somebody else said 2.5.
I just am
Oh, and then
concerned.
that was me. Sorry, Councilman Jones. That was me that said 2.5. Because again, I think we're going to regret this in years down the road. But I understand. I understand. I distinctly remember when council had to make a decision to do 20% in a year. And I don't want to lead us in that path. But if we can get 2% and move through it, we'll kick the can. Councilman, yes.
I'm just going to finish my comment.
Yes.
I get it, but I'm still back as the manager mentioned that the folks that are smarter than me in that regard, meaning Santec and the folks that are making the decisions or making the recommendations to us as the governing body, have suggested a path and I would like to see us follow that path. If we're not going to follow that path, I get it, because the majority is going to take us in the direction that the majority does. But I remain concerned, as the mayor just mentioned, that if we do this now, what's the price that we're going to pay later? It's like, pay me now or pay me later. That's my only thought in that regard, and I just wanted to say that. That's all.
In all due respect, those same leaders did not just go to their constituents and ask for a 9.5-cent tax increase. And so that makes a difference on the people in our community and in our city.
I hear you.
So,
Okay, so we, after conversation, is there a motion to adopt a resolution that would be, Matt or Catherine, tell me how to word this, adopt a resolution that would be for is it 2% or 2 cent?
2 cent.
2%.
It'd be 2%.
Right. A 2% addition to the utilities fees and charges for FY 24-25. Is that worded correctly?
So what does that equate to in cents? Because originally we were asking for a 5-cent increase.
No, 5%.
5%, okay.
Not 5 cents.
Okay.
Our base rate for, like, our consumptive rate for water and sewer and residential is about it's in here, $8.65.
That's what I was saying.
And the cost recovery on that is right about the same.
Yeah.
So we recover our cost on the residential side. What this proposal was increasing commercial, which we're not covering our costs for. There actually are, that's why there's differentials in there. It's trying to build more equity into our rate structure.
That's how we got where we had the proposal to change the commercial rate and the industrial rate to be able to keep the increase on the general residential customer, keep it lower for them. So, do we have a?
I want to make. I'll make that
I had
motion.
already made the motion
Okay,
right when
you
you
did?
were talking. You
Oh,
were talking over it.
I didn't hear it. So you made a motion for the 2%?
I did.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. So there's a motion and a second to do a 2% increase on the utilities fees and charges for FY 24-25.
Is that for all rate classes?
Well, that's my question.
That was going to be my next
Okay.
question to you for how we were going to tier it out.
Okay. And that was the question I was going to ask you, Mayor. Can that be, I'm just asking because I'm learning here, could that be like a 2% for residential, but then a higher increase for commercial?
So here's what I'd recommend. If you're going to lower it by 3%, I would lower it by 3% everywhere. So it's like the 7% goes down to the 4% on the industrial. That way they're all getting the same percentage decrease.
And then we'll phase it in for the industrial and commercial ratepayers as well.
If it's a rate reduction of 3% across the board, we can handle it just like it is in here and just do the 3% reduction.
Okay. Is that consistent with your motion and your intent in your motion
I'm saying at 2%. That's what I'm saying.
for the residentials?
Yes.
And then for the other tiers.
Yeah.
So in effect for each of the tiers, because some were going up 7%, some were going up
4%.
I guess it was all 7% or 5%. So it'll be 2% and then 4% for the industrial and commercial. So taking down the proposal by 3% so that the residential is at 2%.
That's correct.
I'm trying to get it accurately stated for the minutes, and I probably just made it worse.
And then commercial would be at 4%?
4%.
Yeah,
Okay.
capitalized.
Yeah, the capitalized rate. Yes, sir.
So make sure I understand. So each category percentage will adjust down by 3%.
That's correct.
Across the board.
Yes.
So question, has the county already passed their budget?
Yes.
Seems like they have.
They have.
Okay, so then that means they are going to have to probably go back and amend theirs because they passed their budget and their sewer increase based upon our sewer increase that now we're not doing.
They'll handle that. Fair point, but they'll handle that. So a motion has been made and properly seconded to take the proposal or the resolution as submitted, reduce it by 3%, so there's the resulting 2% increase for residences, and the rest of the chart filters out. Is there any further discussion on that? And then is everyone clear on exactly what we're doing? You're not, right? Miss Weeks.
I did.
Councilwoman Weeks.
So if somebody can clearly say the motion.
I'll do it. See, how do we want to do this? Councilwoman Jones, I'm going to paraphrase ever so slightly, but it is going to get, and everyone here is going to fact check me, but I'm going to get it back to the same result, but clearly stated for the minutes. A motion was made by Councilwoman Jones, seconded by Councilwoman Weeks, to take the proposed resolution for utilities, fees, and charges and reduce each tier by 3%. Reduce each tier by 3% off of the recommendation in the resolution.
That's correct. That's what I understood.
That's correct.
All right. Okay, so motion's been made, properly seconded, restated for the minutes. Is there any further discussion or debate? All right, then we'll call for the vote. All in favor of the resolution as amended, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. All right, motion passes. They did. It was 6-1. All right, motion passes at a vote of 6-1. Okay, we have now completed each of the business items in the agenda for this evening. We will move directly into the city manager's report. Mr. Livingston.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. I think June 21st, we have a community-wide cleanup. So I'd encourage you to be involved with that. I think, ask Laura to get it, sign you up if you're not. I think that's going to be a good thing for everybody here. There was a letter sent out recently just to reiterate, we are going to catch up with our audit. That'll be a great thing for the city. I talked to the auditor, Mr. Chad Cook, today. He said he will have it definitely done by the end of this month or maybe a little bit sooner, so we'll have it submitted to the LGC, which means we'll be caught up. So Catherine there, she's sweating off the sweat off her brow. She's her and her team have been working just tirelessly at this. So that's just a tremendous accomplishment for the city. But the even better news behind that is that once we submit that and we feel like it'll be a financially sound audit with no material findings, that we have a very good chance of getting off the UAL list sometime this summer. So in the meantime, we'll work on the next audit with Orvis. Those were the things that I felt like are very, very important for the city. And in the meantime, we're going to work on our capital improvement plan because we have a lot of capital needs and a lot of borrowing needs that we have to do since we haven't been able to borrow long-term larger funds for quite a while. So anyway, that's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll move directly into mayor and council member comments. As this is the second meeting of the month, we'll begin with the councilman from District 6. Councilman White, the floor is yours.
Mr. Mayor, council members, city manager, I just want us to remain vigilant about the gun violence that's been happening in the city. We still had some shootings that go on still. So I still want us to be intentional about planning to revitalize our low to moderately income neighborhoods so that we can move forward as a city, a whole city. I would like for us to begin to speak out and address our failing education system as a council body, as a united front, because we all agree that our education system needs a hand. That roll call that the young man did is a stark reminder of the work that we still need to do in our city. And as it relates to the budget, I know it's a hard negotiation thing about the budget, but I also think that raising taxes is the easy button, But the hard button and putting in the work is going line by line and taking out some things that you really wouldn't want to lose but have to. And it's just me. My motto is people over politics. And we have to begin to put people first, and then everything else will fall accordingly. I'd like to thank everybody who came out to Juneteenth on this weekend. It was a great thing that went out there. So I'd like to thank everybody who took a part in that and planned it. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Weeks, the floor is yours.
I wanted to invite everybody. The Well Community Development Corporation is having a Safe Place Awareness Forum. It will take place Friday, June the 21st at 7:30. They're going to be speaking on and have a forum on domestic violence, weapons safety, human trafficking, and also Alzheimer's. That will be June 21st, 7:30 p.m., and that's going to be at 1077 North Berkeley Boulevard in Goldsboro. So I wanted to invite everybody. They do have a phone number you can call for more information at 792-8296. The other thing I wanted to say is we are extremely grateful for every single email that you send every single one of us on cancel. I know that our boxes have been flooded. I love that we have a community that is extremely passionate about coming together for solutions on gun violence, about this budget. You have made it known that you've been extremely passionate. Many of you have stood before us, and we're grateful for that. I talked to a young gentleman today. I know he's in all our boxes. Peter, thank you for, calling me today and just wanting me to hear his poetry. Just poetry he had written. He just wants to be heard, wants to be seen, wants to be valued. And so we appreciate you guys. We try, all of us as a council, to reply to our emails anywhere from 24 to 48 hours. But I did want to say publicly that I refuse to respond to an email where you are attacking the mayor that I love or the council that I love. We do not always see eye to eye. And I love it. Ms. Hiawatha and I can get in conversations. We can both be passionate, but at the end of the day, I want all of you watching to know she's a councilwoman that will call me before a council meeting and say, do you mind if we pray about this before we even walk in the building? Next thing, Mayor Pro Tem, we can go at it. We can be passionate against each other. And she can send me something on Instagram. Hey, this song, "'Tis So Sweet to Trust in Jesus," reminds me of you. But if you send me an email and you are attacking the council and the mayor that I love, and you're calling them derogatory, nasty names that I cannot even tell you, and you are going to say, hey, you need to know about what so-and-so did in their past, I want you to know I ain't got time to be bothered about he said, she said, that they said, because it's all I can do to keep my own self in line. Don't send me an email attacking the people that I'm serving with and that I love and respect a response. You know who you are. You will not get even a response back from an email. If you're passionate, put your voice to use by saying, hey, let me meet with you, let me meet with this council, let me call you, but I refuse to respond to your derogatory emails where you're attacking the people that I love.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Pro Tem, floor is yours.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Weeks. Just a couple of announcements. The Rebuilding Broken Places has begun their free summer meal program. And that's going to be Monday through Friday. Starting today, Greenleaf Christian Church from 11:30 to 12:30. And then starting on June the 24th, an additional location will be added, which is God's House of Prayer Refuge Temple. And that will be from 12 to 12:45. Rebuilding Broken Places also has some summer camps going on, so I encourage you to plug into those if you can. I will post these flyers and stuff on my Councilwoman page as well, but if you know someone who's not plugged into social media, please let them know what's going on in the city and how they can take advantage of some of those programs. Specifically to my beloved District 4, we have a listening tour coming up on June the 29th. It will start at 11 o'clock. I have chosen 6 locations that we will stop within the district, they were strategically chosen because they are in walking distance within every pocket you can get to safely without even having to crank your car. I'm bringing some real heavy hitters with me, so some city leadership is going to be joining with me, and there are a couple other special guests that I will be announcing this week. And the purpose of that tour is to just meet you where you are and to listen. I know it can get real intimidated to come and stand before this body and then the thousands of people that are watching online and express a concern. So I'm bringing those individuals to you to just simply listen. This will not necessarily be a question and answer opportunity, but anything we can answer in the immediate, we will, but it's just an opportunity for us to listen and to hear you. Also want to remind you that we are still doing cardio and conversations every Thursday at the Dillard Track, Patrick Best Track, aka Dillard Track, at 6 p.m. And I do want to thank Councilwoman Taylor and Councilman White for stopping by and showing us some love these past Thursdays. And that is it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Taylor?
Okay, a few things. The first thing is I want to thank Rodney for coming up here and reading the names. One day I would like to hear all the names and even the ones that are still unsolved. Second thing is that this coming Saturday, June 22nd, at the Rebuilding Broken Places, the Greenleaf Community Garden, they are having a event titled Oh, the Things That Will Grow. It's a garden carnival for kids of all ages to come out, and there's going to be games and prizes, activities, food, and they also say that youth ages 8 through 16 are also eligible to enroll in their free Junior Master Gardeners program. So for those of you guys that don't know about these things, I think that's a great thing, and I'm definitely going to be taking my kids there. Last thing is I just want to invite everyone to go on my Facebook page for my councilwoman. It's Councilwoman Jamie Taylor page. And what I've done is I've started a virtual tour. The title of this tour is called Echoes of the Past, Reviving District 3. So my reason for doing this is to bring awareness to blighted and abandoned homes and abandoned properties. So these properties are contributing to crime as well as bringing our property values down. These homes also have the potential to be revived and brought back to life. If you know of any troubled properties in the district and would like to bring them to my attention, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I really appreciate everyone that so far has tuned in and commented or messaged me. I feel like if we as a city start showing that we care and are ready to see progress with these types of homes, that before you know it, we'll see a big difference in our neighborhoods, and we'll also have some affordable housing for people to live in.
Thank you. Councilman?
I didn't write anything down. I usually just shoot from the hip, so here we go. First of all, I would like to say thank you again to our senior staff, management, finance director, all those involved, and all of the hard work that went on to get the budget to us that we got across the finish line tonight. That work does not go unnoticed. So I want to say thank you again in that regard. But also like to say, as always, thank you to our hard-working city employees, every single one of them. You're valued, you're appreciated, and I mean that sincerely. Every single one. You're heard, you're valued, you're appreciated. And I know that whenever I started and made the decision that I was going to try to give back to my community in the manner of serving possibly on this city council if elected, I stated from the very beginning, as several others that we've all agreed, public safety has to be priority one. Our citizens deserve to be safe in their homes and on the street, and they deserve to have the public safety behind them as citizens of this city. And I made that a priority, and I cut no corners in my speech and my comments in that regard, as did several others sitting here, that will come with a price. The money just does not fall out of the sky. What it took us to fix and repair our public safety, we knew it was going to cost us 10 cents a tax to fix police and fire, and we just had a tax increase of basically 10 cents to do exactly what I wanted to see, and then several others did. I'm trying to be real careful not to sound like it was all me, but I don't want to include somebody unnecessarily. But we as a group understood and recognized that public safety has to be priority one, and it was going to come with a cost, and we ask our citizens to bear that burden, our taxpayers, our citizens, to bear that burden for that 10 cents to get public safety where it needs to be. It's also very important to point out, which I've said all along, we have a lot more departments in this city and a lot more people working in this city than just our public safety people. And they matter. And their struggle matters. And this budget was tough on all of us. It was also some of us' first budget as elected officials to try to navigate through that process. And we did, because we're here and we got the budget passed tonight. And the budget collectively reflects us as a group. The budget does not reflect what I would have done if I was the only one that was in charge, and neither does it for anybody else. If there was one person making the budget, it would not look like it did with 7 people making the budget. And I'm happy and I'm satisfied we got where we're at. But I think it's very important to point out to our citizens and to those that are listening that yes, this budget was hard. Yes, this budget was tough. Yes, this budget is over with, but there are budgets to come. And there are issues that we still have as a city that we're going to have to address. It's not over with. We have employees that are being asked, our hardworking employees that are being asked to do more with less. We have equipment that's far beyond needing to be replaced. We have employees that are just being asked to do less, doing more with less. And we've not had a pay study for however many years, 5 years or so range. So we know that we have employees that they need better compensation. We've got police and fire, public safety taken care of. We have other departments that we're going to have to focus on moving forward to take care of those employees, which is why I stood by and wanted to see us get the cost of living raise across the finish line, continue the bonus that the previous council put in place for those employees that we have that need it the most, and to feel that those employees to feel like they matter too. Everybody matters, and I care about each and every employee that we have in this city. And I think it's important that people understand this budget's over, and now we got to look to the next. But in the next one, we have capital needs. We have equipment that's worn out that should have been replaced years ago. We have employees that need to be making more money than they're making. There's just a lot of stuff that we've got to tackle with other departments moving forward. So the hard work's not over with. We're just beginning. We have streets that need to be paved, and it's great news. We're going to potentially come off very soon off of the unit assistance list, because it's imperative that we be off of that list so that we can start reinvesting in our city, in our equipment. We don't want to have to post on our Facebook page that your garbage isn't going to be picked up today because the truck's broke down. I've walked the yard at Public Works and I've looked at each piece of equipment out there, and I know what our employees are having to do and dragging around leaf trailers that's decades and decades old. We're asking our employees to do more with less. And with that is going to come further adjustments that are going to need to be made moving forward beyond just public safety. And there's going to be money that's going to have to be spent. And we can't do it by pedaling backwards, and we can't do it by not providing the things that that the people in this city need, and it's not free. There's hard decisions that's going to have to continue to be made. This is just step one. And I appreciate everyone sitting up here that's a part of the process. I'm glad to see that we got through this collectively, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to serve, and thank you. I'll be quiet. How's that?
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Jones, the floor is yours.
Yes, I would like to say that the budget was very hard. And as all of you know, I do have a problem with raising the utility rates, and I was very glad that we could come to an agreement. We promised you that we would look at some ways and some resources to help with utility fees, and we have not forgotten. I have not forgotten. And so we will be looking on that. And to let you know that I am sincere about the utility fees and the rates, a certain percentage of my stipend will go to pay for it, because I know that I have some constituents in my areas that even though it's a 2%, it's still going to be hard for them. Safety is very important. And we've heard the data last evening, of course. But of course, there are other facets to crime, not just the police. And I challenge the community to get out there and help our youth. But at the same time, I want to thank a lot of our men in the community that have stepped up to make a difference in the young men's lives, and some of our ladies as well, to impart values and be a positive role model for our young ladies. I also want to thank those churches that I challenge to pray for the city and for the crime and to stand in the gap with us. I want to thank them. I have seen and have been in the presence of several of those churches that have started doing that. There have been several celebrations for Juneteenth, and I would like to thank everybody for coming out. I was there. I really enjoyed myself, and I want to do a special shout out to KT and Curtis Media. Juneteenth, let us continue to honor the memory and legacy of our ancestors. And we can do that by learning our history. African American history is American history. We are a fabric of American history. And when that fabric is missing, then history is missing. And I challenge each and every one of you that's listening. Juneteenth is Wednesday. I challenge you to look up at least one person. Look up Harriet Jacobs, not Tubman, Jacobs, out of Wales. Get to know your history, because history does repeat itself. And one of the greatest examples of history repeating itself, and I'm going to get a little bit biblical, is Joseph. Because when Joseph died, a Pharaoh came into that city, and they knew not Joseph, and they were back in bondage. So let us learn our history. If you don't know it, look it up. Teach your children their history, not for hatred, but teach them so that they will know their information. If we don't, we'll be doomed, because history does repeat itself. And in paraphrasing Carter Woodson, the father of Black history, he says, if a race has no meaningful history and valuable traditions, it stands the risk of being extinct. And that's true. I'd also like to thank the council for recognizing the council, the mayor, for recognizing one of the pillars of education, which is Ms. Hilda Hicks Branch. Our prayers go out to the family, her daughter, grandson, and Dillard Academy. I also would like us to remember the individuals that have been shot in Goldsboro, and let's continue to pray. And I would like to end with this quote from Martin Luther King: "Love is one of the most durable powers in the world." And I do love all my council. We may not agree on things. We may get angry about things, but at the end of the day, like Councilwoman said, we're going to work together. And I'm here to work with each and every one of you.
Thank you, Councilman. My comments will be a bit unordinarily brief, but I think that instead of, there's a lot of things that I want to say about what Senator Budd was able to do for us this past week, and the work that Friends of Seymour did trying to pull something together, and then trying to bring in more communication back to council, and the Chamber of Commerce and a lot of members of the faith community so aggressively reaching out to me when I said I need some advice. I'm trying to pull together a group, and then just kind of guided me on what that group should look like and what the deliverables should be from that. And I haven't done that yet. I'm not done, but it's pretty amazing. Our Parks and Recreation camps that are going on right now. If you haven't, if you're not already aware, the Parks and Recreation has full summer camps going on that are all day things, trying to support youth in the community. And actually, a huge thank you. You got to give praise where it's due. A huge thank you to the chair of the school board, as well as Dr. Wichard, for when there was a discussion about can we use the buses. Their answer was yes. We've got to figure out how. And I so appreciate that stance. But the thing that I really want to point out, and this is, there's probably like 2 people left on the Facebook Live thing. So this is for the people in this room. The hottest fire makes the strongest steel. That's the nature of, physics and politics. And I'm proud of this council tonight for being able to stay in the room and stay together and keep their heads in the game. We didn't agree on, frankly, a lot of things. That's okay. That's okay. We got a thing across the line. It is a thing that does more good than harm, and it is stark full of compromises, and it's not what, if I was Grand Poobah of the world, it's not what I would put out, but it's also not what any individual would put out. It's not what the manager would put out individually. It's not what any department head. It's okay. That's the way this works. And I appreciate council keeping its head in the game, staying focused on what it was that we were trying to do, making sure it doesn't get personal, and when it does, that you catch yourself and remember that we're here to serve the people and to try to get a thing across the line. So I appreciate everyone's time tonight. Following along on the agenda, there is a closed session. I'm just kidding. We did that during the work session. So with that, let's go.